A very good morning to Professor Sumit Ray, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Adams University, Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Adams University, Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, Honorable Director, School of Education, Adams University, and to all the dignitaries present here. I, Amol Shankar Mukherjee, on behalf of School of Education, Adams University, welcome all of you in one day long international workshop on multidisciplinary approach towards awareness related to autism spectrum disorder, organized by School of Education, Adams University, in association with Colorado Global Schools, Colorado, USA, and Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa. Let me introduce the activities of the three eminent organizations who are the main collaborators of today's workshop. That is Colorado Global School, Colorado, USA, Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa, and School of Education, Adams University. I will request School of Education technical team to play the institutional video one by one. First, we see the activity of Colorado Global Schools, Colorado, USA. What a great experience of seeing the activities of Colorado Global Schools, Colorado, USA. Let me move on to the Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa. Let's see what they have, their activities regarding the education and social welfare. We know we are eagerly waiting to see the activity videos of Circle of Hope Private Academy. Please wait a while. There is a slight network issues. That's why it is a bit delay. So please wait. We will showcase the activity videos of Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa. Very sorry, there is a problems in the video of the activity related to the Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa. Let's see if the problem can be materialized. Then I will showcase that video in front of you. Now we move on to the School of Education, Adamas University. Let's see what the Adamas University having their activities and performances related in the education and the social welfare stream. So let's have a video on School of Education, Adamas University. Great. What a full pack performances of the students as well as the faculties of School of Educations with a versatile approaches in the different activities and they have done. And they have stepped into a good footings onto the educational strata and the social strata. Thank you, technical team, for showing the video. Now, again, I'm just apologizes to all of you not to show off the video of Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, South Africa. The problem is yet to under process of rectifying it. So we think very soon we can showcase the activity video of the Circle of Hope Private Academy. Now we have seen here the performances and activities of all these two organizations, and one activity is yet to be showcased. And they have just shown what the performances they have in the education and social system, make them have their own identifications in the social strata. Now let me discuss exactly the detailed activity flow of the today's day-long workshop so that we can get an acknowledgement exactly what we are going to do in this workshop for throughout the day. Let me have our discussions on it. So from 10:30 to 11:30, 11:20, there is an expert sessional talk on the theme recommended teaching strategies for children with autism, and it will be delivered by Madam Olokananda Bandyopadhyay, Faculty of Special Education, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Regional Center, Kolkata. Followed by from 11:20 to 12:10, there will be a second expert talk given by Mr. Ishan Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Jadavpur University, and he will be giving his thought on autism, education, and human rights. Now, it will be followed by a very interesting and important for all of us also. There will have a international panel discussion on theme an experimental perspective in education for autism awareness from 12:10 to 1:30. And the eminent panelists are Lois Roll Peterson, Professor of Special Education, Department of Special Education, Stockholm University, Sweden. Then Sineth Cunanan Gonzalez, President, Colorado Global School, USA. Again, Dr. Wayne Buller, Vice President, Colorado Global Schools, USA. Welcoming to other panelists, Mrs. Jacqueline Swell, Director, Colorado Global Schools, USA. Also welcoming Fatia Bakadal, Emmett Director, Colorado Global School, USA. Welcoming to also as a panelist, Dr. Junan Gomez, Director, Colorado Global School, USA. Welcome to also the panelist, Dr. Devdulal Dattaroy, Associate Professor, Psychology Research Unit of Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, and Ravindrik Psychotherapy Founder, Research Institute Trust, India. Then there will have from 1:30 to 2:30, there's a lunch break. After the lunch break, we have a very interesting hands-on workshop session on inclusive education on the theme teaching methodology for learners with autism spectrum disorder. The workshop will be conducted by respected Madam Victoria Joel, Principal, Circle of Hope Private Academy, Koha, Namibia. It will follow up with students' interactive sessions where we have the different eminent institutes where from students will present their thoughts and ideas and as well as their visionaries on the autism spectrum disorder. We are welcoming here also these participating institutions for the student interactive sessions. They are Jadavpur University, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Regional Center, and also School of Education, Adamus University. Okay, so following it up, it can be said that we are very happy to share with you that professors and students of different eminent institutions are joining us today in this international workshop. We are very much honored to get them as a part and parcel of this workshop venture. Now, I will request the School of Education technical team to showcase the institutional cards for the institution who are become the part and parcel of this workshop, will enrich the workshop a good span. So let me see them. Today we have with us Stockholm University, Sweden, Colorado Global Schools, Colorado, USA, Circle of Hope Private Academy, Namibia, Jadavpur University, India, Indian Statistical Institute, India, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disability, NIPID, India, Ravindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust, RPRIT, India, and also Adamus University, India. So we are very much well acquainted with all the eminent institutes who are the part and parcel of this workshop through their activities as well as showcasing their performances in this workshop. And we are very much honored getting those institutes being the part and parcel of this workshop. Now I'd like to invite our beloved student of School of Education, Miss Olivia Chatterjee, to welcome our honorable expert for the first session, Madam Olokananda Bandabadhai. Over to you, Olivia.
Olivia, you are on mute. Please unmute.
Olivia, probably there is a muting in your microphone. Please unmute yourself. I'm extremely sorry. There may have a problems in the microphonic part of the Olivia. Let me just wait for a couple of seconds because it was a completely the network faults and devicery errors, unavoidable circumstances. So just we can wait a couple of seconds. It will be easily be recovered, and Olivia will come on to the field to give the continuations, moderations to welcome Madam Alokananda Banerjee. And extremely sorry, Madam, for this obvious network problem.
It's okay, sir. No issues.
Yeah, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Olivia, you are now audible.
Olivia, you're audible. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for the glitch. A very good morning to everyone present here. I'm Olivia Chatterjee from School of Education, Adamus University, and today we all are here for spreading the awareness of autism or autism spectrum disorder, which is in short ASD. A disease that actually is characterized by challenges with social skills, repetitive behaviors, speech, and nonverbal communication. So it basically means that we must be aware of their emotional engagement and behaviors, and also we have to know the teaching strategies as well. Obviously, teaching strategy for those children would be very different from the regular students. And for that, we must focus on the next speaker. So without wasting further moments, I would like to call our first on the list, Ms. Alokananda Bandhopadhyay. Over to you, ma'am. And hello, am I audible?
Yes, Olivia, you are very much audible.
Okay, let me continue my speech. So a little introduction for her. She has done her B.Ed in special education from National Institute of Mentally Handicapped and M.Ed on the same from Secunderabad, affiliated to Osmania University, with first division and distinction accordingly. She joined as a lecturer in special education at National Institute for the Mentally Handicapped and presently coordinating M.Ed SE. Presently, she is also holding the position of the BOS member of West Bengal State University and Netaji Subhas Open University. She acted as a resource person for continuing rehabilitation education program conducted by different organizations from around the country approved by RCI, also in many national and international conferences. So without taking no further moment, we would like to hear from our honorable speaker directly. So now I would request my team to showcase the speaker card, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Olivia. And first of all, good morning, everyone. And I'm honored to be here in this international seminar on autism spectrum disorder as a part of World Autism Awareness Day observation. I would extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Director, School of Education, and the HOD, School of Education, for selecting me as a speaker in this seminar. Yes, autism. Every year, 2nd April is observed as Autism Awareness Day, World Autism Awareness Day. And this year, the theme of this Autism Awareness Day is inclusive quality education for all. This is the reason for which I have taken up this topic, the recommended teaching strategies for children with autism spectrum disorder or children with autism. Give me a few seconds to put my screen on, my presentation on. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. So as I told that the theme for World Autism Awareness Day, every year it's based on a theme, and this year the theme is quality education for all, for which I have chosen this topic: recommended teaching strategies for children with autism spectrum disorder. In today's discussion, we will be having a brief discussion on red flags for autism, the teaching strategies, flow time activities, social stories, PECs and structured teaching, and a few teaching strategy which we can implement both in the classroom and at home. Before getting into the teaching strategies, I would like to have a brief discussion on the different signs and symptoms of autism. Here, I would like to say that the role of parents is very much important. The parent's role here to identify the red flags or the signs of autism. When a child is of 6 months, I'll have to, the parent, as a parent, I will have to look that whether my child, the developmental milestones which my child is reaching, it's same as that of a regular child which I see every day. Because children with autism lack these signs, shows these signs and symptoms like limited eye contact and facial expressions. They don't wave or they don't smile. Suppose when I look at the child and I give a smile, I give an expression like we do when we see a small baby. So I will see that there is no reciprocating. They don't give this reciprocal expression to us. No response when we call by their name. When I go to one side and I try to call the child by the name, I will see the child will not respond. Limited interaction with the parents, with the caregivers, or the people around them. As a child do, a child always want to interact with whosoever is around them. Maybe the caretaker, maybe the parent, maybe the anyone in the family member, the grandparents. So they will try to interact. But in case of a child with autism, we will see that they will lack this interaction. They become very much distressed by certain textures. They are hyposensitive or they are hypersensitive to textures. No cooing or babbling or making any sounds. So here, as a therapist, I need to make the parents aware that you should look for these signs and symptoms. As we know, the early detection and early intervention can take a child with autism a long way. Here, I want to share some facts. Recently, in NIPID, NIEPID, we have conducted a job fair. There was a job fair conducted for children with disabilities. So here in this job fair, out of 400 adults with disabilities, there were 165 adults with autism. Out of which, and these all 165 adults with autism have done their +2. Because the minimum cutoff qualification to appear in the job fair was +2. So they have all done their +2 and they had appeared for the job fair, and they are all, I told adults, so they are all above 18 years. So they had appeared for this, they had come for this job fair and appeared for in front of the interview board. There were a few private companies, for example, Lemon Tree was there, KFC was there, Pizza Hut was there. So these type of companies, they came for the recruitment as a part of CSR, and 36 adults with autism already got recruited in the different companies. So why I shared this fact is early intervention. I could the early intervention for children with autism is very much necessary. Yes, the 3 core symptoms of autism. They lack social interaction skills, they face communication challenges, and there are stereotyped or repetitive behaviors in them. The warning signs before 12 months of age, children with autism will not have joyful expression. They can't express their joy. They won't have attachment with their near and dear ones. They will no sharing of sounds or facial expressions. Happiness, their emotions, when they are happy, when they are sad, they will not express, they are not expressing. No babbling, no gestures such as waving or pointing, suppose their needs, pointing to their needs. They will not point to their needs. Now, after 12 years, sometimes they are non-verbal, they don't have meaningful 2-word phrases, they lack social interaction, they prefer to stay alone, they don't mix up with the peer group, poor peer interaction is there, and there are different behavioral issues in them. I would like to share some facts with you people. Recently, it has been found that around 20% of children have developmental disorder and learning disability challenges. Autism affects 1 in 44 people, and there is 800% rise since 1996. This is another reason why teaching strategies are very much important to know. Autism diagnosis 15 months at the age of 4 years. Later at the age of 4 years, intervention delayed by 14 months. As I told, the importance of early intervention. So this diagnosis of autism, the children with autism are usually diagnosed late, and we are late to start the intervention. There are many cases each and every day coming to our institution. When we are there in the clinic, we find the parents come at the age of 6 years. They are not speaking. Madam, speech is not there. They are not speaking. So why didn't you go for intervention? Actually, madam, family members told that in the family, many other people had speech delay. That's why we didn't go for intervention, or we didn't take them to the professional. So at the 6th, when the child is coming, it becomes difficult for us to start with the intervention, because the intervention should have started as soon as the symptoms are noted. The symptoms are being noted late. So that shouldn't be. Yes, the cost of intervention for children with autism, it's too high. May it be in the US or may it be in the Indian states. Here itself, a single session for autism is 700. So tell me, how many families can afford to pay 700 for a 45 minutes session in a developing country like India and in a state like West Bengal? So this intervention is very, very much necessary, and as therapists, as educators, it is our responsibility to convey information to the parents and work in collaboration with the parents to make the intervention successful, because children with autism come for therapy sessions for 45 minutes. Maximum, a therapy session can be for 45 minutes, but the rest of the hour, they are with the parents. I won't say solely the mothers, because nowadays I could see there are many responsible fathers who have taken up the responsibility of looking after the child, giving intervention to the child, sitting with the child, training the child. So both parents are equally responsible, and in turn, it is our responsibility to inform the parents about the day-to-day services which we are giving to them, which we are planning out for them. And this planning stage should be together along with the parents. Parent-teacher partnership should be there. Yes, the common autistic traits. Obviously, they will have developmental delay, socially confused, they don't interact, they don't want to go out in the park, play with the peer group, or go out for some social gatherings. They are passionate interests. Yes, as teachers, we need to find out the area of interest to the child. Further, when I will be discussing about the teaching strategies, in each and every teaching strategy, the interest of the child plays a major role. I need to look into the interest of the child. I need to find out the interest area. Yes, where this child is interested. The child may be having interest in drawing a train. I have seen many children, children with autism, in one stroke they are able to draw a train. There was a child coming to me for therapy session. There was a child coming to me for therapy session where I could see the child drawing with one single stroke, an animal, train, or anything with one pencil stroke. He didn't use to pick up the pencil from the paper. So it's our effort that we find out the passionate interest of the child. Yes, they are very sincere. Once you give them an activity schedule, once you place them in an activity one after another, they are not able to adapt to changes. They don't want changes. They don't like changes. So they are very sincere about doing one activity after another. The thing is that, yes, we have to place the activity schedule in front of them and give them a practice of what activity one after another they will be doing. They have poor eye contact. They don't want to look at your eyes and talk to you. So repeated instruction should be given whenever we talk to them. Yes, we should say that, look at us. Look at my face and say. If I wave them, after the class, when I wave them, I should give them instruction. Look at my face and then you wave at me. Look at my eyes and then you wave at me. Or whenever I ask the name to the child, yes, look at me and tell your name. The instruction should be short and simple. Yes, need for a routine, as I discussed earlier only, that they need a structured routine. They need a structured schedule. Repetitive behavior. If you have, I think everybody here have exposure to children with autism. They have seen children with autism. Yes, they have repetitive behavior, stereotyped movements like hand flapping, head nodding. So, but this repetitive behavior can be taken up in a positive way. Yes, we have to channelize this behavior in a positive way. Like if the child have repetitive behavior, for example, few jobs, few work which needs repetitive behavior, I can engage the child in that. Putting stamp on a paper, that's a repetitive behavior. I can train the child in that. That you need to, in our official work, you will be learning to put stamp on papers. So the child will enjoy the work and he can be engaged somewhere to become independent in future. Uneven skill development. They show interest in some skill. They show a very good development in some skill, but in some skill they are not at all interested and they don't show interest, and then they show poor development in those skills. Disorganization. They are not organized at all. So we need to teach them to be organized. Next, we will be discussing about structured teaching, where I will be discussing that how we can make the children with autism organized. Strong emotions. They have strong emotions. For example, like during festivals, what we do? We go to the market and we choose our own new clothes. We choose our own new clothes. Do children with autism get option to choose their own new clothes? Does the parents give them option? Very few. Usually what happens? Oh, my child has autism. He's not able to choose. Or my child has intellectual disability. He will not be able to choose, so I will choose for them. Why? Why will I choose? If I have the opportunity to choose, then why not my child with autism have the opportunity to choose her clothes, his or her clothes? This is inclusivity. Why inclusion? Inclusion not only in the sector of education, equal opportunity should be given in all sectors. They should get equal opportunity at home, in the community, as well as in the school. Some historical aspects, a few I'll discuss, just an overview. We all know that Leo Kanner first identified autism in 1943 in a study where he described 11 self-absorbed children who had autistic disturbances of affect contact. At first, autism was thought to be an attachment disorder resulting from poor parenting. But later on, it was proved a myth. But later on, it was really proved a myth, and now there are medical reasons coming up because as a cause of autism. In 1965, a group of parents of autistic children have the first meeting of the National Society of Autistic Children. Then in 1970s, Lorna Wings proposes the concept of autism spectrum disorder. Previously, it was autism, and then the spectrum, the umbrella term spectrum disorder came, which included many more developmental disorders. She identified the triad of impairment, the 3 red flags of impairment, which includes 3 areas, that is the social interaction, the communication, and imagination. Then in 1990, autism was included as a disability category in the federal law, that is Individuals with Disabilities Education Act idea. And now, you know, in 2016, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act has mandated inclusive education for all, including children with autism. There should be no rejection, zero rejection policy. No schools should reject children with autism or children with IDD, but still there are many parents coming every day with a complaint or with a demand that, madam, we are not getting admission in schools, or my child have learned till class 5, now the school is refusing. So what will I do? Where will I go? Where my child will be placed? So here again, I will say that we need to create lots of awareness among parents. So whenever we deal with a child with autism, I need to include the parents. I need to make the parents aware, not only about the teaching strategies, but also about the rights which our children have, which the government has already laid down for our children with special needs. Yes, now I'll get into the teaching strategies. This is one of my favorite teaching strategy or favorite therapy session, with, you can say, that is floor time play. We all play with children. Play is an enjoyable activity for children, not only for children, even the adults. As adults, as professionals also, we enjoy playing with children. So this activity, this floor time activity, can be utilized to open circle of communication with children with autism. We can open circle of communication with children with autism through floor time activity. This is a strategy that promotes interaction between the child and the parent or the therapist. And the child it can be done at home itself. The parents can practice at home. If we therapists, if we special educators just give a briefing or give a proper training to the parent, so the parents can use flow time activities at home. Now, let me give you an example of flow time activity. From the name itself, you can, it's clear that floor time. So the activity will be done sitting on the floor. Now, why floor? Because the floor will give the student a more area. Rather sitting on the chair, in chair, the child feels confined. But if I make the child sit on the floor, the child will feel free because they will get more space compared to sitting in a chair. So now also, I'll tell you one thing in a NIPIT, what we do is maximum activities, the therapy sessions, may it be occupational therapy, may it be remedial education, may it be therapy sessions for autism or IEP session. Maximum sessions are done sitting on the floor. We usually tell the trainee teachers to sit on the floor with the child. Unless and until the child is very hyperactive and hard to control, we don't use hyperactivity chair, or we don't use locked chairs for them. We try to place them on the floor till we are able to manage them, till they are manageable. So because of this reason only, in sitting on the floor, the child will feel free. So once I make the child seated on the floor with lots of toys in front of the child, what I do as a therapist or as a parent, I start observing the child. Now, what activity the child is doing with all the toys in front of him or her? I find that the child chooses a toy car from all the toy activities. Now, in the first stage, what the child do? The child starts manipulating with the toy car. He starts manipulating. He's putting it round and round and seeing the color of it, smelling it, touching it. Now, what I do when I see that the child is finding interest in the car, what I do, I take another car in my hand among all the toys there. Now I slowly go and sit in front of the child or beside the child with another toy car. By this time, I find that the child had started pushing and pulling the car on the floor. The child is pushing and pulling the car on the floor. So what is my role next? What I do with another toy car which I have taken, I start pushing and pulling the car beside the child in the same way as he or she is doing, with sounds like hush or shoo. In this way, I start making sounds. Now the child looks at me, feels interested. Yes, my mother has come down to my place, or my therapist has come down to my place. In the next step, what will I do? I will put my car in front of the child's car. And then I will open the circle of communication and we will say, okay, let's race. Let's move the car. Let's race. In this way, I start the circle of communication. I will see slowly the child will start interacting with me, start playing with me. Now the child will start racing the car with me. And within this racing, sometimes I will allow the child to win the race. Sometimes I will win the race or I will lose the race. So when I lose the race, I will make expressions. I will say, oh, I lost. Now I'll allow the child, when I win the race, I will show the child what will be my expression of winning. Yahoo, I have won. So these expressions I will start exchanging with the child. So this is an example of flow time activity. This can be done with some other objects also. Usually children with autism prefer to play with building blocks. With blocks, they use blocks. They play with blocks. Now I want the child to make a tower with the block. But will I say that now you make a tower with the block? If I say that, the child won't feel interested because I am directing her play. Play is not directed, it is spontaneous. So if I direct, the child will get demotivated. The child will not get interested. Now here my role is, what will I do? I will place the second block. I will allow the child to place the first block. The second block I will place in such a position that it gives shape of a car. Then I will allow the child to place the third block. Again, the fourth one, I will try to give a shape of a car, which will take towards the shape of a car. In this way, I will give a shape to the activity. Yes. So therapists use this as a tool or an instrument to bring child into the world of play. Flow time is a child-centered approach in which parents, teachers, and therapists engage in the play that interests the child. Yes, keep in mind it interests the child. It is supposed to help children with autism to learn to focus and interact with others around them to increase attention and improve social skills. So I will have to remember that when I give my expression or when I interact with the child, I should exaggerate my expressions. Oh, wow! I should have lip movements, I should have facial expressions, I should have voice modulation. I'm just telling, oh, wow. No, that won't motivate the child. Oh, wow, you have done a fabulous job. You have done a wonderful job. So in this way, with exaggerated facial expressions and voice modulations, I will have to always interact with the child. It is supposed to help the children with autism to learn focus and interact with others around them. Yes, it is a child-centered approach. Since it is a play activity, it's more of a play activity. It's always child-centered. It's not directed. Here, flow time activity always creates a strong bonding between the therapist and the parent, whoever is engaged in the activity, and will the emotional connection between the therapist or the parent and the child increases. Flow time use is always, it's a spontaneous play. It will be a semi-structured play. It's not always a structured play. Maximum of sensory activities should be given and motor activities should be enhanced. So there are 5 basic steps. That is observation. As I told you initially, I should observe the child. Secondly is an approach to open the circle of communication. Here, I have to keep in mind one thing, that I will open the therapist or the parent will open the circle of communication, but the child will close the circle of communication. The circle of communication will not be closed by the therapist. It will be closed by the child, and the therapist should always follow the child's lead. The child's lead, and I will have to, my role is to facilitate. I will have to expand the play. The more I will expand the play, the more I will increase the interaction with the child, and more the communication skills will develop in the child. See, this is a picture of a flow time activity. Yes, what I can do is I can videotape the first session also. So it will act as a reference to me, or if as a therapist I am giving flow time activity session, the videotape will be a reference to the parents. I can share the videotape with the parents to know so that the parents knows how to continue with the sessions at home. The pros of flow time activity. Parents can become flow time therapists with little training. Yes, little training. The term training is important. In one day, the parents will not learn flow time activity. As I told you that each therapy session should be followed by a parent interactive session also, where I will inform the parent about what has been done, what I want to do with the child, what skills I want to learn, and how I have done it. This is very useful for relationship building, and it is portable. I can do it in anywhere where I find a good space with lots of toys. I can carry toys with me, and anywhere it can be done. It helps kids develop meaningful human interaction, and moreover, it's a safe activity. It's a very safe activity. Yes, the next strategy is social story. Many a times, parents come up to us telling that, Madam, I don't want to take my child to restaurants. I don't want to take my child to social gatherings. Why? Why do you don't want to take them? Yes, the reason is they don't behave appropriately. My child don't know table manners. Last day when he went to the table, I took him to a restaurant, he broke down the plates. And we felt so humiliated. These are the cases with many parents having children with autism. Here is the role of social story. What we can do is a social story can help children with autism to learn appropriate behavior and social norms. So a social story, what is it? It is a narrative made to illustrate certain situations and problems and how people deal with them. They help children with autism understand social norms and learn how to communicate with others appropriately. For example, when I go to a class, I will talk about inclusive education. So in an inclusive education, inclusive class, there are children without special needs, and there are children with special needs also. If I have an autistic child, the child needs to learn classroom behaviors. That whenever I have to ask something, I'll have to raise my hand. Whenever I have to, I want to go to the washroom, I have to raise my hand and I have to communicate it to the right person, my teacher. I can't simply scream in the class. So all these societal norms can be taught to a child with autism through social stories. So this social story was developed by child pediatrician Dr. Carol Gray in the early 1990s. In 1993, she had published a book with several social stories in it. She had started writing social stories for children whom she worked with. And then she started, she published, her first book was published in the year 1993. And thereafter, there are many books. In my screen, hope you can see a social story. Is it visible? Saying thank you. In Christmas, I will get a present. I will unwrap the present and see what is inside it. After I unwrap the present, what will I do? I will go to the person who has given me the present. And if the person is busy, I can tap on the shoulder and then I will have to wait. When the person looks at me, then I will say, thank you so much for the present. I get pictures and small sentences. We will have to frame social to teach the child different skills and societal norms. Here's the one, when I'm at the playground, what will I do? Everyone can play at the playground. Yes, the child needs to know that everyone can play at the playground. If someone is on the swing, I will not push them. It's not good. It's a bad thing. So put a cross. I can say, can I sit on the swing next? If I want, I can say. Other kids like to swing too. I will try to wait for my turn. And we have to remember that children with autism learn through visuals. They learn better through visuals. So whenever I write a social story, I will have to put visuals at the side so that the story becomes interesting to them and they learn it through visuals. Social stories are essential because they can significantly improve the way children with autism relate to others. They help them to learn what to do and what not to do also when faced with unfamiliar situations. So these social stories can help out with these problems like appropriate behavior in restaurants, appropriate behavior with adults, appropriate behavior in schools, appropriate behavior in social gatherings. Going to a birthday party, going to a marriage ceremony, how will I behave? All these can be taught through social stories. Yes, here again, the parents can easily teach or use this method to teach children with autism. Here is another social story. Just have a look. This is for saying hello and goodbye. Yes, I'll go to the next slide again. Again, this is one more. Learning table manners, 10 table manners for kids. So through pictures I can give. When I go into my class, when I'm in a classroom situation, what will I have to do? Social scripts. Here again, social scripts are similar to social stories. However, an actual social script is developed for a specific social situation. Like if I have a specific situation, like if I find that the child is having problem behavior, that he is hitting others in the classroom. So for this specific behavior, problem behavior, to overcome with this specific problem behavior, I can use a small laminated strip where I can put one sentence that I will not hit others in the classroom. And the child may carry this. Or I will put this somewhere in the table of the child where the child can see and can remember, yes, I should not do this. This is wrong. I can put a small cross which shows that no, this is not the norm. I will put a cross in it. Turn-taking cards. Turn-taking cards are usually visual representations. For example, we know that children with autism, they don't wait for their turn. They need instructions, repeated instructions to make them wait for their turn. So here, what can I do? I can put a small number card. Your turn is in number 4, and I have a number card in my hand. So when I show number 4, then you will step out and you will get your turn. So unless and until I show number 4, your classmates will be getting turn, but you will have to wait for it. So this can be any object. I gave you an example of a number card. It can be through objects. I put a red ball in the hand of the child and I say that here again, it's a red ball. This is red ball. When I show the red ball, then you step ahead. So it can be picture exchange system, picture communication system. It can be an object written or any word. Social card rules. Yes, I will have to raise my hand in the classroom. I will have to keep quiet in the classroom. I cannot touch the classroom. So this card can be made, it can be laminated and put on the desk of the child so that the child comes to know that yes, these are the rules which I should follow in my classroom. The picture exchange communication system. So now what we do is we exchange pictures. Because the children lack communication skill, we communicate through pictures. We use pictures to communicate. This picture exchange communication system, it starts from a single word and it goes to sentence structure. Like in the first phase, what we will do is we will exchange picture with the object. Suppose the child needs a bottle of water. A bottle of water, the picture card is there with the child. The child gives the teacher the card and in exchange to that, the child gets a bottle of water. We have to be very careful that once the child gives me the card, immediately I will have to hand over the bottle of water to the child. Then only the child will know that yes, through this card, this is a picture of a bottle of water. Giving this picture, I can communicate that I need water. My teacher will give me water. But if I don't give, the child will not move on with this teaching method. So this is the first phase, and slowly we will move on to the sentence phase through this 6 phases. The picture exchange communication system allows people with little or no communication abilities to communicate using pictures. People using PECs are taught to approach another person and give them a picture of desired items in exchange for that item. By doing so, the person is able to initiate the communication, means start the circle of communication. A child or an adult with autism can use PECs to communicate a request, a thought, or anything that can be reasonably be displayed or symbolized on picture cards. PECs works well in the home or in the classroom situation. Now, the goal of the PECs is to teach children with autism self-initiating or functional communication. Those children who are non-verbal, those who are not able to communicate, they can use PECs for their life skills also once they are through this 6 stages of picture exchange communication system. The 6 phases of PECs are, first phase is how to communicate, that I told you that in exchange of the card, the child will get, suppose the child wants candies. In exchange of the card, the child will get candy. But in the second phase, the child will have to move to the correct person and hand over the card. Means here the child learns to reach out to the person whom he will have to communicate. The third phase is picture discrimination. Here again, the child will have to find his need from the group of pictures and then communicate the need to the correct person. Here, phase 4. Now what I do is, I start, along with the pictures, I start giving sentences, sentence structure. See in the picture that I want ball. I want candies. I want water. So this I want will be common there, and the child will have to rearrange what the child needs, a ball or a water or a glass of water, whatever the child needs. So this develops attributes and language expression of the child. In phase 5, the child starts answering to questions. What do you want? Answering to questions how? Through pictures. What do you want? The question, the card will be there. What do you want? Once the teacher shows what do you want, the child will collect that I want the red ball with all picture cards. Put the cards together and show it to the teacher that yes, I want this. This I want now. In the sixth phase is commenting. What do you see? I see a red box. What do you think? I am thinking of a train. So these cards, they will be able to put together. Remember that these cards should be made available to the child. And in future, what can we do? We can laminate these cards, put into a binder, and the child can use it as a communication system. Once the child has learned how to use picture exchange communication system, further, he can use it as a functional aid. These are examples. I will just skip through the examples. Yes, structured teaching. So this was developed by Teach in North Carolina. Structured teaching was first developed there. As the characteristics of children with autism is we have to always place them in a structured environment. Like I told you, if the child has an activity schedule, then it is very easy for the child to follow the activity schedule. And children with autism are sometimes very disorganized. So to make them organized, structured teaching is very important. Structured teaching strategies can be implemented across any settings, across any curriculum areas. A classroom can be made structured, the home environment can be made structured. And it is a driver, it is a vehicle to teach skills to the student. It's a very good vehicle to teach skills to children with autism. Structured teaching, however, capitalize on the strength of students with ASD. These include providing predictable and meaningful routines through the use of structure, adding visual or structural supports to classroom instructions, and activities to engage them. So here in structured teaching, what we do, we take up the positivities of children with autism. Like we know, yes, they follow activity schedule. Like we know, they learn through visuals very well. Like we know, if we engage them in activities, they will learn. So all these characteristics of children with autism are taken into consideration while structured teaching is being used. So in this way, we structure a teaching. First, we structure the physical environment, the infrastructure we try to structure. Then the schedules, we make it structured. Work system, we make the routines and visual strategies and visual structure materials. So these are the 5 elements of structured teaching. These are the 5 elements on which the pyramid of structured teaching is based on. See, if the white part is the physical structure. So the maximum change we have to bring in the environment, in the infrastructure. Then it is going on tapering. Physical structure, it is the foundation of structured teaching and is helpful in ensuring that learning is occurring in the classroom. So here the classroom structure should be well organized. Like if I have to take pencils, there will be one box with visual picture of a pencil, and it will be written that here it's pencil, here it's color pencils. The copies are here, your books are here. Everything should be structured with tags and with pictures. Visual schedule communicates the sequence of upcoming activities. Next, what? This waiting. The teacher will say, the next class is this. No, they will already come to know from the activity card, activity schedule that the next is this. So the visual schedule is very much important. Work system. A work system is an organizational system that gives a student with ASD information about what is expected, what I expect from you to do. The day-to-day work system, what you will have to do next, what I expect you to learn, what will be your task. So this can be put up in the classroom location itself with pictures and in written sentences, but the sentence should be small and crisp. Visual structures adds a physical or visual component to tasks to assist students in understanding how an activity will be completed.
Ma'am, we are sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The speaker is waiting, so maybe we can wrap it within 3-4 minutes time.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
sure. Sorry for the interruption, ma'am, but it's going on great.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just wrap it. This is the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So visual instructions should be given to the students through pictures. Visual organization, that I told that if we have limited space, the space should be organized well. Everything should be kept one after another so that the child doesn't have to look for it. And clarity, whatever instruction we are giving in the visuals, that should be very clear and very crisp. So the clarity should be there. I will show you some classroom structures. These are the classroom structures. See, it's well organized with everything written on it with all tags. Now, all these already discussed. So I would like to just say a success story of a 20-year-old child, adult with autism. In this pandemic, we are continuing with online, and this online education has given this person a way to express his words, his feelings. He had written a letter to his father where the first sentence is that my fingers have started talking. Though I am not able to talk, but my fingers have started talking, Baba. And he had given in the 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes regarding this, how he has learned online education. So it's not that children with autism cannot move forward. If proper environment is given, if intervention is given early, yes, children with autism can do a lot. And my presentation here with this positive note. If you have any questions, ma'am, is there a session for question answers? I think I have taken a lot of time.
I can take one question to Olivia.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
I would request everyone to mute. Teachers and everyone, please keep the mic on mute.
Sridevi ma'am, please mute yourself.
Okay, so what to Olivia? Any question? Who whatsoever it is having, we can take one question.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, that was a very nice session. That was very enlightening session, I must say. And I personally would like to ask one question. We know that by now that parents play an important role for the special children. But what if one or both the parents are working? So what will be your suggestion in that case?
Yes, this is a practical situation now. Both parents are working. In that case, I request the one of the parents or both of the parents to have a time-to-time session with the therapist or the intervention, the special educator who is taking up the child, and try to implement the strategies whenever they are at home. Or here again, the grandparents can play a great role. Like we say that autism children needs interaction. They need to talk. They need people to talk. We need to give, we need to interact with them. We need to talk with them. Though we don't get answer from them, but still we need to continue talking with them. So here the grandparents can play a great role. We know the stories from grandparents, like social stories, as I told you, this can be done by grandparents also. Whoever is there in the home, social stories can be done. Rather, recording systems can be used. The parents in their voice, the mother in her voice can record stories for them, which can be played in front of the child whenever they are not at home. So these techniques, these methods, these strategies can be used for them.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you again for enlightening us about the ASD, because you chose the road that is very less traveled, and now we can show our gratitude to her by providing a certificate of appreciation. I would like to ask my technical team to showcase the certificate. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you to Team Adamus. Thank you, Dr. Prarthita Vishwas. She had kept faith on me and invited me in this international seminar. Thanks a lot to everyone in this. Thank you to the moderators too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't go right now because we have a photo session, and I would request everyone, including all the teachers, moderators, and participants, to be on camera for a photo session. So please come. Another time, I'm requesting everyone to be on camera for a photo session. If the photo is taken, please inform me so I can proceed. So I hope this is done. If I'm not wrong, I'm proceeding.
Olivia, please wait.
Okay.
Thank you, Olivia. Please continue.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone, teachers and moderators and participants. You can turn off your cameras. And now with this, we have reached our end of the first session right now. It's time for the next session, which will be moderated by Oshmita Bhomik. Over to you, Oshmita.
Thank you, Olivia. Good morning to one and all present here. I am Ashmita Bhomik, a student of B.Ed second semester, School of Education, Adamus University, the moderator for the second expert talk. Now I would request our SOE technical team to showcase the speaker card, please. Thank you, sir. For this session, we have Mr. Ishan Chakraborty to deliver his talk on autism, education, and human rights. He is an assistant professor at the Department of English, Jadavpur University. He has been awarded the Abul Qasim Rahimuddin Samman in 2019 by the government of West Bengal for his contribution in the field of elocution. He has also received the State Award for the Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities in the category of Role Model from the Government of West Bengal. He has also delivered talks on disability studies at several colleges and universities, including King's College in London and Birmingham City University. His areas of interest includes Rabindranath Tagore, translation studies, disability studies, body politics, American literature, and 19th century Bengal and English literature. He is one of the principal investigators of the audiobook project sponsored by the Center of Disability Studies and Rehabilitation, Jadavpur University. He is also one of the coordinators of BUSA 2.0 sponsored project named Bodies of Difference, Pedagogies of the Marginal in the Global South. We know that the rates of autism diagnosis are on the rise and autistic people are entering the public sphere in new ways, represented in theaters, on televisions by international experts and more. Yet, do autistic people experience their full human rights? Though experts argue that autistic people suffer discrimination and violation of their human rights, noting more must be done to ensure the full enlightenment of human rights for autistic people. To better understand and promote the human rights of autistic children in the field of education, now I would request Mr. Ishan Chakraborty sir to share his part of knowledge and enlighten our students on this topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. May I request one of you to kindly confirm whether I'm audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible and visible.
Thank you so much. Namaskar. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Prarthita Biswas for approaching me to deliver this talk, to talk about autism, education, and human rights. I would also like to thank the organizers, all the organizers, Adamus University and the other organizers for organizing this international seminar, international workshop on autism and awareness on autism. And I'm extremely glad and excited to see that this is a multidisciplinary approach, because usually the approach that is taken towards disability is, an interventionist approach. But this multidisciplinary approach, it excites me a lot. Having said that, I must also briefly add that autism spectrum disorder in particular, that is not my area of specialization, so to speak, but as our moderator has given out a very kind and generous introduction of mine, disability studies in general and pedagogies of the marginal, they have been my areas of research. They have been my areas of interest and academic pursuit. And therefore, I will try to share my experiences, my thoughts about autism spectrum disorder, education, and human rights, particularly from the perspective of human rights. I'm going to use the lens of human rights to understand both autism and education. But just to prepare my premise so that I can build up my arguments, I will start with certain introductory comments. I will start with certain basic comments, and I'm sure our previous speaker has already touched upon these points, has already discussed these points. So I'll try to be very brief, and I'll try to move quickly to the points on human rights. But before that, to begin with, let us first start with the word autism itself. I'm sure. By the way, this is something also to be declared. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. I do not have any screen to share as such. It's just me, my thoughts, my voice, and you and your attention. So I would request you to kindly bear with me. Right. So the first thing that I wanted to talk about is the word autism itself, derived from, of course, the Greek word autos, meaning self, plus ism. Of course, the etymological connotation was a person, a condition where a person is obsessed with, almost compulsively obsessed with the self-centric activities, etc. Attention surrounding and centering around the self, etc. But we know, as we know, autism spectrum disorder today, and I'll comment on the word spectrum in a moment. As we know, autism spectrum disorder today, it has a huge scope. It is a spectrum by definition, and therefore it has far exceeded the limited and somewhat restrictive etymological connotations of the word, the original connotation of the word as such. Now, and this is also something which has been discussed, I believe. Now, what is autism? I'm sure you know what is autism, but just to sort of make things clear, or just to clarify the sense in which I use the term autism in my talk, I think I need to make that clear right at the outset, because there are many misconceptions, there are many notions, there are many confusions regarding autism. Autism is often confused with certain other conditions as well. So it is important to note that what am I talking about? By autism, what do I mean? It is, number one, it is a neuroatypical condition or neurodevelopmental condition. It is a lifelong condition. That is to say, autism cannot be cured. It is not a disease which is to be cured. Is it all right? I mean, I think I got muted. So is it all right? Should I continue?
Yes,
Am I
yes,
audible?
sure.
Oh. All right.
I think that there was some noise.
No, it's perfectly all right. Yes. Yeah, it's perfectly all right. Okay, so autism is not a quote unquote disease. Therefore, the curative narrative, which is usually associated with autism, curing the child with autism, that is to be ruled out right at the beginning. Number two, autism, persons with autism, children with autism, they have certain social and interactive difficulties. That is to say, they have social, in the fields of social interaction, in the fields of communication, these people, these persons, these children, they usually face difficulty. Eye contact is a difficulty. Speech is often a difficulty. Processing, long, complicated sentences, processing long, complicated, uncontrolled environments. These are often difficulties for autistic persons, autistic children. The third point is we have to keep in mind that autistic persons often they are associated with, or often they exhibit impulsivity, impulsive behaviors, impulsivity, which is also coupled with certain atypical behaviors, patterned behaviors. And I believe by this time we already know that we are not to use words like quote unquote abnormal behaviors, because this is important. I needed to clarify this because in many research papers, I was just reading a research paper this morning before coming to this webinar, and I saw that they are using, and it's a very recent research paper, and they are using words like abnormal behaviors. Now, it's terribly problematic because who sets the norm? And why do I have to conform to the norm? Who gives the other person the right to tag me as abnormal and otherize me, etc. I mean, these are questions which stem from the field of, from the area of human rights. I'll come to that in a moment. That is to say, if I can summarize these three aspects, these three features of autism, what I can say is autistic children, autistic persons, they resist normative understanding of stereotypical social norms, stereotypical behaviors. We all expect people to behave in certain ways, and they are usually established as social norms. They are usually established as the quote unquote normal, the quote unquote regular, as it were. The category which is understood as quote okay unquote. And anything which deviates, anything which digresses from this norm set by majoritarianism, that is immediately tagged as abnormal, that is tagged as deviant, that is tagged as freakish, weird, etc. Therefore, atypical would be perhaps the word. They resist the stereotypical understanding of neurodevelopmental conditions. They resist stereotypical understandings of understanding itself. The word understanding, the concept understanding, the process of understanding. What do we mean by that? Autism spectrum disorder as a condition, it challenges that very notion. Who sets the norms for understanding? We all have various ways of understanding. We have our own ways of processing information and of communicating as well. The next point that I would want to come to is challenging a few misconceptions and notions, popularized and populist notions about autism. By the way, here I would just like to sort of deviate a little, and I would just like to add that some of my students are going to present on pop culture, popular films and autism today in the afternoon. So that might be one of the ways of approaching one of the various facets of multidisciplinary approach to look at how populism, how popular media, popular culture, how they have wrongly portrayed autism, how autism spectrum disorder is wrongly associated with, other sorts of conditions, etc. Number one, autism spectrum disorder or autism is not equal to intellectual disability. Autism spectrum disorder does not automatically translate into intellectual disability. Yes, autistic children, autistic persons might exhibit intellectual disability. They may have certain features of intellectual disability, but they are not interchangeable words. They are not synonymous. In fact, autism spectrum disorder, the very notion, the very concept of spectrum itself, it challenges our understanding of intelligence. We usually measure intelligence primarily from the perspective of communication skills, social skills, etc. But there can be other ways of evaluating intelligence, other ways of measuring intelligence and thinking about intelligence. And therefore, and here I would just like to add, in Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, sometimes we very endearingly call it RPD Act or RPWD Act of 2016. Here, there are 21 categories of disability. In the 1995 legislation, there were only 7 categories of disability, but in 2016 legislation, we have 21 categories of disability, and autism spectrum disorder is one of those categories. However, it is categorized under intellectual disability, along with other conditions like specific learning disability, etc. Yes, again, autism spectrum disorder has certain overlapping conditions with specific learning disability, but they are not synonymous. Right. The next point which I would want to clarify is autism is not a homogeneous condition. That is to say, when I'm talking about autistic people, and this is true for disability in general and autism in particular, disability is an evolving concept, and disability, and this is what UNCRPD, United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, tell us that disability is an evolving concept, and disability is a heterogeneous concept. It is not a monolithic idea. It is not a unilateral idea. It is not a homogeneous idea. So when we are talking about autism, when we are talking about children with autism, in fact, I will be using this very generalized, general phrase, children with autism. But I must sort of give this disclaimer right at the beginning that I will be making a gross mistake over there. Yes, autistic children, they have a few features in common, and that is why they have been clubbed under this single category, autism spectrum disorder, but it is a spectrum. At one end of the spectrum, we have high functioning autism, and I will talk about that in a moment. And at the other end of the spectrum, we might have severe to profound level of autism, where communication skills, social skills, interaction, etc., speech, etc., are severely affected, are profoundly affected, so to speak. And it is, therefore, it is a spectrum, it has many shades. And when we are talking about autistic children, we are talking about individuals. They have their individual talents, they have their individual skills, they have their individual preferences, they have their own patterned behaviors, etc. Therefore, we need to keep this in mind when we are talking about autism. The third point under this category, where I'm challenging the misconceptions and notions about autism, is, again, autism is not equal to speech impairment. We often think, and these are notions, I mean, I must also say that I am an academic who is interested in disability studies, who is also pursuing research in the field of disability studies. But apart from that, I have a very close family member who is autistic, a child with autistic. I think he's 11 or 12 years old. And it's a boy, and he is autistic. And therefore, I have seen autism in my family. I have seen autistic children in other NGOs that I work with and other institutions that I work with, other extension programs that I'm associated with, particularly the projects that I'm associated with. Therefore, we need to understand that each of these children, they have their special needs, they have their special conditions, their special talents, and they are not automatically to be translated. Their conditions are not to be automatically assumed to be associated with speech impairment, deafness, or muteness. By the way, here is another word which I would want to rule out right away. We usually use the word deaf and dumb is not the correct word. It has a pejorative, it has a derogatory connotation, which is to be ruled out right at the outset. Now, having talked about autism, its features, and the misconceptions associated with autism, I'll quickly sort of move on to three other terms which need to be clarified. Number one, autism spectrum disorder. Number two, Asperger's syndrome. And number three, ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity syndrome, hyperactivity disorder. Now, these three conditions are overlapping. They have many features in common, but they have certain significant differences as well. Now, Asperger's syndrome is usually seen located on the autism spectrum. It is one of the conditions in the autism spectrum itself. So it is, in that sense, it is a kind of a subcategory of autism, so to speak. And it is usually also termed as high functioning autism. Therefore, I mean, these persons, they have very developed social skills, communication skills, other cognitive skills, etc., interactive skills, etc. ADHD, on the other hand, now autistic children, they might exhibit certain features of ADHD. That is to say, they might exhibit attention deficit. Yes, autistic children, they usually, or they often, most of the time, sometimes, they often show attention deficit. But it is to be clarified that they are extremely attentive, almost compulsively obsessed about things they are interested in. And they are absolutely inattentive about things they are not interested in. So it is not to say that they are inattentive in all the cases all the time. That would be a gross error, so to speak, as far as autism and ADHD is concerned. Number two, hyperactivity. Yes, in certain cases, autistic children, they might exhibit hyperactivity. For instance, certain patterned behaviors. I was talking about the exhibition of patterned behaviors. And they have certain affinity for routine, for structure. The moment you take children with autism out of the structure, out of a structured, predictable environment, they feel extremely uncomfortable, extremely unsafe, and they start showing quote unquote tantrums, etc. For example, hand flapping, hand pulling, hand mannerisms, spinning in circles, making particular kind of sound all the time, rocking, moving the head in particular way, etc. These are certain patterned behaviors. And, children with autism, since they are constantly practicing these patterned behaviors, therefore they become their established skills, so to speak. But just to sort of return to ADHD and autism, so therefore autism and ADHD might have certain things in common, might have certain common features, but that is not to say that all autistic children have ADHD, or all ADHD persons with ADHD are autistic. They are not true. Just a second. Now, quickly moving on to the field of education, because if autism was the first topic that I was supposed to discuss, the second is education, and I'm going to tie that up with autism. And in this context, I will be bringing in two important documents, government documents. Number one, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, to which I've already referred. And number two, National Education Policy 2020. I will discuss these two, and education and autism. Now, just to make things clear, there can be three basic strategies of addressing the education of children with autism. Number one is, of course, breaking down the skills. So I want them to talk. Now, just think of this for yourself. If you want to run, first you will have to know how to walk. If you want to walk, you will have to know how to stand. If you want to stand, you will have to know how to sit. Therefore, a complex skill has to be broken down, has to be made more simpler in order to make them accessible for persons with autism. The second would be, of course, motivation. We all work for motivation. And in this case, since subtle cues, subtle social gestural cues might be difficult for autistic children, autistic persons to process. Therefore, tangible motivations and at times social motivations and at times certain blend of tangible and intangible motivations might work for children and persons with ASD. And the third point is, of course, practice. Now, emergent or sporadic behaviors, sporadic skills. For example, autistic children, we often say that autistic children do not make any eye contact. That is not true. They may make eye contact, they may not make eye contact, but they often make eye contact, but very rarely, only quite a few times in the day. But that is a sporadic behavior, that is a sporadic skill that he has or she has. And that is to be developed through practice into a reinforced, established behavior, established skill. Now, coming to the point on RPD and NEP. In RPD 2016, chapter 3, it is entirely dedicated to education. Terms that we usually come across when we are talking about disability, when we are talking about persons with, quote, special needs, unquote. I prefer the word disability somehow because that has the political edge, so to speak. But anyway, persons with special need is also a term which is used in National Education Policy 2020. There are other terms which are also associated with disability in NEP, but more about that later. So in RPD 2016, in the chapter on education, we have very clear pointers as to how to make education inclusive. But when we are talking about inclusive education, we must also keep in mind there are a few other words which are associated with inclusive education, and they are often confused with inclusive education, if not used interchangeably. What are the other words? Number one, integrated education. It is to be understood that integration is, quote, not equal to inclusion, unquote. That is to say, mere integration can never be enough to include a child with autism. Because once we are bringing autistic children to the quote unquote mainstream or quote unquote regular classrooms, certain social behaviors, certain social norms will be expected from them. We'll have to keep this in mind. That might be difficult for these autistic children. But this is not to suggest that they will not be integrated, they will not be brought into the quote unquote regular space, into the mainstream space. This is not to suggest that. What I want to suggest is a mere integration is not enough. What we usually see in India is, and there have been several surveys in most of the cases where sort of private schools or government schools where they are taking admission, where they are admitting, and this is also mandated in RPT Act, that you, as if you're a government institution, a government educational institution, you cannot deny admission to a child on the basis of or discriminating on the basis of his or her disability. Now, admissions are done, but then no accommodation is made in the classroom. Bullies ensue. Bullies follow. Bullying follow. Usually, autistic children, they become more isolated. They feel more lonely because they have social interaction issues. And therefore, by the way, I would just want to request the organizers to kindly sort of, give me a warning when my time is over. Right, because I'm not keeping track of the time. Right, so therefore, we need to keep in mind that mere integration is not enough. Reasonable accommodation, and this is also a phrase which has been used in RPT Act 2016. Reasonable accommodation has to be made in the school to promote, to give access to persons with disabilities. Now, again, this is also mentioned in this RPT Act 2016, that disabilities are of many kinds. And therefore, when we are approaching children with autism, children with disabilities, it has to be done on an individual level. The child has to be treated as an individual. Here comes the angle of human rights. One size fits all, that will not do for children with disabilities, particularly children with social difficulties in social communication, in the fields of social communication, the social interaction, reciprocation, etc. Therefore, it has to be dealt on the level of individual. It has to be dealt on the level of the individual child. And here comes in the NEP 2020. This also talks about integration. It talks about inclusion, including and making room for children with disabilities in the school. But NEP 2020 goes a few steps forward. It talks about mainstreaming, it talks about inclusive education, but it also talks about, one, equitable quality education. The name is very comprehensive, and to my mind, a little quote, high on rhetoric, unquote. The NEP 2020 is also talking about, quote, home-based education, unquote, for persons with or children with profound level of disability. Now, this is very interesting. A home-based education can be at times, and by the way, NEP 2020 also makes it clear that home-based education is to be treated with equal importance, or is to be given the same value as of any other institutionalized education. But we have to also understand that home-based education can be beneficial for, in certain cases, for autistic children. But again, it is to be understood from case to case, because controlled environment has a very significant role to play in the development of skills of autistic children. Now, it's not always possible to control the environment all the time in mainstream schools. Therefore, sometimes special schools, special educational institutions are given more preference. Sometimes home-based educational institutions are given more preference, etc. The NEP 2020, just a second. The NEP 2020 also talks about online education / distance learning. Distance learning, it talks about distance learning, and also for children with, quote, special needs, or for children with disabilities. Now, our previous speaker, I think she ended with a small anecdote on how this child has been able to make the best use of this online mode of education. Now, I would want to place in front of you certain pros and cons of online education, because this is there in NEP 2020, distance education, distance learning in certain ways. And I would try to tie them up with the question of human rights. First, let's talk about pros, the positive aspects. Number one, this is something which I have already discussed. The controlled environment. Number two, flexibility and flexible space flexible pace of the course. Of course, we understand that all children, they have different pace, so to speak, as far as learning is concerned, as far as absorbing the lessons are concerned, etc. And therefore, online education perhaps gives a wider window, so to speak, while learning. And this may be particularly important and useful for autistic children. They might have a more flexible routine as such. The stringent routine might be a little difficult for them, might be a little pressure, daunting for them. It might be a pressure on them, so to speak. And thirdly, we must also keep in mind that social interaction, social communication is a difficulty for autistic children. Sometimes attention deficit is also an issue with some of the children with autism. Therefore, it is to be understood that, in case of distance learning or online learning, that social pressure, that social anxiety does not automatically stem. That social pressure of performing, of conforming to certain norms, that is not always there, that is released. But there are many cons, there are many disadvantages of online and distance education. Number one, disability and poverty in a country like India are inextricably interlinked. Therefore, not all children with disability, including children with autism, autistic children, not all children with disability can, quote, access and, quote, afford. I emphasize on these two words. Not all children with disability, not all families who have children with disability can access and afford online education. It needs certain devices, it needs certain tools, you must have certain tools, you must have certain infrastructure in your home. Most importantly, your parents must be trained in certain ways. Therefore, these are all assumptions that we are making. And in a country like India, where poverty and disability endorse each other in many ways, lead to each other in many ways, this might be a huge difficulty. Number two, disruption of routine. Going to school, it gives you a routine, as it were. It gives you a structure, as it were. We all know how our structures have been severely disturbed over the last few years, over the last 2 years. Sometimes we are having our class at 10 a.m. in the morning. Sometimes we are lecturing at 10 p.m. in the evening. So it is absolutely a hodgepodge. Some of us are working 24 hours. Some of us are really working like 12 hours, 18 hours. We do not have any set work hours, so to speak. Therefore, the routine might get disrupted. And as I have already mentioned, that autistic children, they usually have an affinity towards routine. They usually have an affinity towards certain patterns. They might be disrupted. The other point which is to be kept in mind as far as autism is concerned, that the resources, the tools which are used in the school, which are used in the institution for training, giving trainings to autistic children, they might not be available in the home space, in the home atmosphere, in online teaching and online learning. But the other point that I would want to sort of touch upon before kind of wrapping up my discussion, I think I have come towards the end of my discussion, but I'll just, before wrapping up, I think this is something which I think I should talk about, is RPD Act talks about making transportation accessible, making the campus accessible, the school premise accessible, the classroom space accessible for children with disabilities. Now, how many of us, I mean, we all are familiar with mainstream schools. Number one, the visibility of disability in mainstream school is extremely low. Add to that the condition of autism spectrum disorder. How many of us have actually seen autistic children going to mainstream schools and continuing their education there for a long period of time? And here I'm talking about reality. RPD Act 2016, NEP 2020, they have, laid down certain principles, they have laid down certain policies, what should be done, what needs to be done, what ought to be done. And NEP 2020, by the way, is in full consonance with RPT. That is how NEP defines itself. Therefore, we need to keep in mind that as principles, as theories, they might sound extremely encouraging, extremely motivating. But if we sort of turn our attention towards reality, what do we see? What is the dropout rate among children with disabilities? What is the dropout rate among children with autism? What is the percentage? How many children with autism, how many persons with autism finally get absorbed in the employment market? And here I'm not merely talking about government jobs and corporate jobs. I'm not talking about that. Employment can be of various kinds. We have to understand that in India, the sector of disability, particularly autism, it is highly NGO oriented. There are certain NGOs who are doing commendable job in the field of autism. I know a few NGOs, I work with a few NGOs and their directors, so I know them. And therefore, we must keep in mind that the reality is very far removed from the theories which are laid down in RPT and NEP. But the RPT and NEP can be our weapons. And I use the word weapon very carefully because we are having to fight with neurotypical norms. We are having to, quote unquote, fight with ableism. We are having to fight against discrimination. Therefore, our NEP, our RPT can be our weapons, can be our tools, which are to be used to dismantle this ableist structure, so to speak. It is our human right. It is our right to be different. It is our right to celebrate our difference. It is our right to be included. It is just, the charity model has to be discarded at once. It is not a charitable action that the government is doing or any other institution is doing by taking admission, by admitting these children with disabilities, autism, etc. into their school. It is not that they are doing great favor to children with disabilities or children with autism. And therefore, here I would want to make this point very strongly that education is one of the basic human rights. And education for children with disabilities, similarly, is one of their basic human rights. They have the right to be educated. They have the right to get, quote, and I quote NEP, equitable quality education. Just not bringing a child in the classroom and making him sit at one corner and then the grade sheets are coming out and he's doing very poorly, or we are just out of sheer quote unquote sympathy, we are giving him the pass marks. That is not quality education. Appropriate trainers are to be brought in. Curriculum has to be designed in such a way that it becomes meaningful for children with disabilities. How many of us, think of this. We all have done our schooling from some mainstream schools, CBSE, ICSE, West Bengal Board, and other boards maybe. How many of us have actually encountered the word autism spectrum disorder in our school books? How many of us have been actually made aware of autism while we were children? Just forget about children going to schools and learning things from their books. All of us are associated with higher education. Now, since education as a discipline, it includes special education. There's a special paper on education. It makes room for special education for special needs. So education department is one of those very few departments which talks about disability so widely. But think of the other departments. Interventionist approach is definitely there, curing disability, looking at disability from a curative perspective, etc. Those are there, but from the perspective of human rights, from the perspective of promoting correct representation of autism, from the perspective of creating awareness of autism, from the perspective of creating meaningful knowledge about autism, how many disciplines, how many departments work on that field? Disability in general, meaningful discussion on disability in general is quite invisible, if not completely invisible. It's not completely invisible, but rare. But disability itself is very overtly visible. We see disability everywhere. I mean, films, literature, short stories, theater, we are constantly seeing the representation of disability. But how many of them are true representations of disability? And how many of them are just fancies? These are questions which need to be addressed, because misrepresentation, misconceptions, wrong conceptions, they lead to in turn they endorse ableism, which is detrimental to the realization of human rights. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Ishan. That was really a very nice deliberation. And I would definitely give a virtual clap to you. And our respected director, ma'am, Dr. Shauli Mukherjee, ma'am, she is also one of the organizing committee members and conveners of this session and also of this workshop. So she has also congratulated you, and she has also written in the chat box that you are a great speaker. So definitely we would like to congratulate, and that would be a very enriching experience with all of you, and of course with you especially, so that we get to know a lot. So over to Ashmita.
Yes, I think we can take a few questions if there are any.
Yes, actually we can take the one question, Ashmita, because unfortunately the time is over, and
Sure.
Our international panel is waiting. Maybe they are having midnight time over there.
Right, correct.
So they all are waiting to Ashmita. We can take a question, one question, and then you can hand it over to me. Okay, over to Ashmita.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I would like to say, sir, thank you so much. It was really an enlightening session, and I'm sure that our students have gathered a lot of new informations from this session of yours. So moving forward, in the chat box, I can see there are so many appreciation comments for you, sir. Quickly, I would like to read few. Here, Shantan says that it was an excellent speech. I connected deeply to the content you talked about. Thank you so much, Ishan, sir.
Thank you.
Firstly, Shalini Biswas have also said that, hello Ishanda, maybe she knows you. It is so great taking me back to your disability lecture classes. What a threat, sir.
Thank you.
So quickly, I would be taking that how do we as teachers help the students with autism, make them aware of their strengths? And how do we as teachers identify particular qualities or skills that the students bring?
Could you just repeat the first section of the question, the first part of the question?
Yes. How do we as teachers help the students with autism, make them aware of their strengths?
Okay. Number one, we will have to, as teachers, number one, we will have to do away with all sorts of misconceptions about disability. That is the disability in general, autism in particular. That is the first thing that we'll have to do. Number two, we will have to do serious research for ourselves before approaching persons with autism disability or autism spectrum disorder. Because often it happens, we have certain very good intention. We are trying to help children with autism, etc. But often we end up, doing certain things which are detrimental to their development, which actually demoralize them, which actually demotivate them. We think we are motivating them, but we think we are encouraging them, we are including them, but they might feel excluded in certain ways. Therefore, the individual matters. And the third point is to observe, observe, and observe. You will have to observe the individual, the person, he or she, the person that you're talking about, the autistic child, he is just not autism. He is a person with autism. The person comes first. We, activists and academicians who are associated with disability studies, we use the person first language. First, I am a person. First, I'm a human being, and then I am a person with blindness, and then I'm a person with deafness, and then I'm a person with autism. Therefore, the child matters, the individual, the human being, that matters. So that is to be taken into consideration, and then we are to approach his or her disability, his or her autism, his or her special needs, etc. Thank you so much for the question. It was indeed a very insightful question and a very thought-provoking question. I hope I have been able to make some sense in this sort of answer of mine. I hope I have been able to address the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope, Neha, you got your answer. So now we have a small gesture of appreciation from our side. Now I would request to the technical team of SOE to showcase the certificate of appreciation for Mr. Ishan Chakraborty, sir, please.
Thank you.
It will also be sent via mail to you also, Ishan.
Sure, sure. Thank you so much.
Showcased here.
So now we have a small photo session for all our participants here. I would request everyone to be on camera, please.
Window 2.
Participants here.
3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. And 12. Thank you all.
Ma'am, are we done with the photo session?
Thank you. It's done.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So now our next session is on international panel discussion. The theme of the session is an experimental perspective. Sorry?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Our next session is on international panel discussion. The theme is an experimental perspective in education for autism awareness. So now I would request our honorable head of the department, Dr. Prathita Biswas, ma'am, to take over the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ashmita. So that was really a lovely first session, and the expert talk given by Olokananda ma'am and Ishan was quite wonderful and enriching. So now we are in the second half of this session with the international panel discussion. We have a number of speakers in this panel. Comprised of Professor of Special Education, Department of Special Education, Stockholm University, along with CEO, directors of Colorado Group of Schools, and also Professor Dr. Devdulal Dottoray, Associate Professor, Psychological Research Unit, and RPRIT co-founder. So we will be first hearing from Lisa ma'am, So she is Professor Dr. Lise Roll Peterson, Professor of Special Education, Department of Special Education, Stockholm University, Sweden. She has a large number of years of experience in this field of special education. And of course, she has developed certain skills on autism and autism spectrum disorder. So since ma'am is here already, I would request ma'am to speak on her theme, on this theme on the experiential perspective in education for autism awareness, and you will be deliberating your topic. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you all can hear me. I'm going to put up my PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Okay, and then here. Good. Okay, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's an honor for me to be here. And I'd also like to say that I heard a bit of your speech, Isham, and I thought it was very, very interesting. And some of the things you brought up, especially concerning education, kind of touch on what I'll be talking about, and the quality of education. And two things I'd like to highlight. One of them is this that you brought up, that there is no one size fits all, and that is so important that we recognize that. It's so important. And then the other thing I think that I would like to bring up is that when you talked about employment of persons with autism, young adults, etc. There have been studies done in Sweden which show that there is an higher rate of suicide among young adults with autism. So I think it is extremely important that this is that this issue is addressed. Okay, I'll go here. Right, so I'll be talking about early intervention autism and cultural adaptations of something is called the Autism Program Environment Rating Scale, which was made in the United States, and then which we adapted to the Swedish circumstances and studies, which we did in using this scale. Okay, so I'll give a brief introduction of the Swedish preschool early intervention system, and then present this APERS, and then the findings from the studies. I just want to, this is an old photograph from the late 60s. Here is Birger Bank-Nerie, who was a strong advocate for inclusion in the late 60s. And here he's sitting together with, among others, an American, Wolf Wolfensberger, who also strove for the closing of institutions, etc., in the United States. So together they worked with the normalization principles. Okay, right. So a little bit about the Swedish context. And here, the focus here will be on comprehensive early intervention programs for children with autism, because, yeah. And in Sweden, almost between 90 and 94% of all children attend preschool. And it's publicly subsidized, so that the preschools should be of high quality. They're not all of high quality, but they should be. And parents, the payment for the preschool is based on parental salary. So if you're a student and you have a child with autism, or just a child without autism, there would be no monthly fee. And if you were a couple with a very, very high salary, then there would be a higher fee. But it's about something like equivalent of about 200 American dollars. Okay, and the preschool is on part of the education system. So I'm just going to say also in Sweden, we have a dualistic system, which is problematic, where early supports to preschool children with autism are given in the preschool, but are given supervision is provided by Habilitation Center, I'll go more into that in a little while. But if a child has early intensive behavior interventions, then it needs to be that the parents and the preschool agree, yes, we will give this child may have these interventions and we agree to it. And then if they agree, everybody's in agreement, then it should be at least 20 hours structured. I wrote training, I see that I misspelled it, per week in preschool and at home. I put the word training in there in parentheses because I don't really like that word. It has to do with, you know, more what the child needs, for example, if it is communication, etc. And then the different kinds of teaching, incidental teaching, and it could also be, if needed, more one-on-one. Okay. And yeah, so there's a lot of also focus on being outdoors in Sweden. And they have different, preschools can have different profiles also. Okay, and then, so the child goes to the preschool, and then the habilitation center, which is part of the healthcare system, provides supervision 2 to 4 times a month, up to 2 years at the habilitation center. So this would indicate, you know, the para-educator and the parents go to the habilitation center with the child to get supervision. And the habilitation centers also offer short introductory workshops for parents and the para-educators. And the habilitation center has also their own recommendations about what children with autism, what kind of supports children with autism should have. And there it's stated, the recommendations that as soon as autism is identified, it should be interventions based, naturalistic, developmental, based on including naturalistic methods such as incidental teaching, and also early intensive behavior interventions, which combine different methods. Okay, challenges. First of all, there's a lack of higher education requirements. So educators here in Sweden, or special educators, do not get enough education or information about what autism is, or learning psychology, or really what this entails in the preschool and school system. The supervision, as I mentioned, is off-site. So the habilitation supervisors don't see what it's really like in the preschool. And their organizational differences. As I mentioned, they have the different guidelines, and the different guidelines have different theoretical basis. So it could be, you know, when habilitation uses one word, it doesn't fit in with the terminology used in preschools, and this can cause conflicts. And then there is also question of quality of support. One problem is that's been identified is the quality of the learning environment. The children with autism are not given what they actually need to. The support in preschool, or lack of support, does not match the needs of the children with autism. And I think there's some, I hope you all can hear me. There's some background noise. Okay. So here's a definition of learning environment by Sam Odom and colleagues in the United States, or the importance of it. So attempting to implement high quality interventions, we can say, in a low quality environment is something that's going to fail. Okay, and now I'm going to give some pictures of the APERS, this environmental rating scale, which we translated and culturally adapted from the USA. And let's see here. Okay. And I'll talk a little bit about the cultural adaptation of it, and then discuss a study we used, a quasi-randomized group study, and then interview with key informants. Okay, so as I mentioned before, the scale is developed in the United States, and it's been developed to assess the learning environment. And within this process, there are coaches that are trained, so usually a 4-day course, and they assess the overall program quality within the learning quality. That could be the preschool, we're talking about the preschool here, but they're also developed for schools and school classrooms. And it's based on observations of the child, of the environment, interviews with parents, staff, and also reviews of the IEPs. And then feedback is given to staff by the coaches, and action plans are developed. The APERS consists of 60 items. It's a very comprehensive scale, and it's developed specifically for children and students with autism, because this is something that's lacking. There are often scales that have been developed, environmental scales, but they don't look at the specific needs of children who have autism and their environmental and the environment. So, and it's the 60 items are rated on a 1 to 5 Likert scale. And these are the different domains within the APERS. I can let you look at those. So we have family involvement, teaming, positive learning climate, social competence. And this is some pictures of what the scale looks like. As I mentioned, it's 60 items, there are interviews, etc. So it's a very, very comprehensive scale. This would be assessment does not consider family culture or the students and family's home language. This would be the lowest assessment here. Team members do not give families and students the opportunity to participate in the development of IEP goals and objectives. And then that's 1. And then the highest would be most team members invite families to participate in all aspects of the development of IEP goals and objectives. And they're written in a manner consistent with the family's culture, beliefs, and norms. Okay. Right. And so we had a group of experts go through the APERS and do a content validity and also rate their perception of how useful or how important a scale like this would be. And so I'm just showing you how they rated the scale. 0 is the lowest and 3 is the best rating. And so they rated the scale as something that would be useful, needed, realistic. That got the lowest rating because, as I mentioned, it's very comprehensive and it entails that their coaches, the coaches get training, etc. And they also say all are in total agreement that there's a lack of such a scale in Sweden and it's needed. Okay, and so we published a paper on that. I also mentioned that we did change some of the items. We took away some of the items. In the original APERS scale developed in the United States, they combined preschool and primary school. We took away primary school because the Swedish preschool system is so different from the primary school system. As you saw in the pictures, a lot of free play, etc. So we changed that. And now this is just, the Swedish version is just for preschool. And then we also did a study in which we quasi-randomized study in which we had a group of preschools, which were experiment group and a control group. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later. And we wanted to see if there'd be program quality scores in the pre and post in comparison. And then we also wanted to know if there would be improvements in the children's adaptive behavior using the Vineland score. Engagement, we looked also at engagement as well as symptom of severity. And then we also wanted to know what is the model, what is the effect of this model on preschool staff knowledge, self-efficacy, allegiance, and attitudes. And I'll describe the model in the next picture. Okay. Oh, no, wait, let me just see here. Okay, that the model will come later. Okay, so the teachers filled in several different surveys. One was evidence-based practices, their knowledge and usage of evidence-based practices. Another was on teacher efficacy. We use a scale developed by Rubel. We use part of her scale. And I recommend that one if you do studies and you want to see changes directly concerning teachers' efficacy in regard to autism, if you do a study which has a focus on autism. And then teachers' sense of efficacy scale. And I mentioned we did have a lot of attrition within this study, so it's difficult to find group differences because of this. But what we did find was that in the autism teacher efficacy scale, there were several items. We saw improvements in all items pre-post in the experiment group, but we did not, they almost significant, but not quite. But we saw almost no differences in the regular teacher efficacy. And then Vineland adaptive behavior scales, and then a questionnaire, children's engagement questionnaire. We wanted to see if it would affect children's engagement, and goal attainment scale. And that was only for the experiment group that we had looked at goal attainment. So the APERS, both groups got APERS assessment and feedback. And that was pre and post. And that the project was 1 school year. And so in the beginning of the school year, APERS assessment, feedback, and then the same thing at the end of the year. And that was both for the control and the experiment group. The experiment group also got in-service training on applied behavior analysis, evidence-based practices, and autism. And they also got monthly on-site coaching because, as you might remember, in Sweden, it's been that the families and the para-educator obtain supervision at the habilitation center. And then in this project, we also involved more preschool staff. So it's not just the paraprofessional, had to be somebody else in the preschool that was involved, because that has been a problem in Sweden, that it's just been the paraprofessional involved and not other staff, which has also led to isolation of the child with autism and the paraeducator. And then the control group also got a workshop and staff for our staff on ABA and evidence-based practices at the end of the project. But all children were getting early intensive behavior interventions. Okay, so this is sort of what it looks like for the experiment group. APERS and feedback, in-service training for the coaches also. In-service training for preschool staff, goal attainment scaling and action plan, and on-site coaching. So that was, yeah, and I wrote extra because they all do get coaching, but it was the group in the experiment in the preschool. there's some kind of noise again. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see at the end of the project, the experiment group, which is the dark gray, there were significant improvements in the APERS total score. And then there were also directly in the learning environment, significant differences. And then also personal independence. This is directly for the child. And then the other areas we see improvements, but they're not significant. These are small groups, 7 in the control and 8 in the experiment group. And very nice, family involvement is high in both groups. And then there was significant change in the experiment and control group between the two concerning Vineland. And then we also interviewed staff, supervisors, and parents of children with autism in the experiment group about their perceptions of the study. And some of the things that were brought up was the importance of on-site coaching, that there's a team around the child. They noticed that the child became more engaged and more included. And that could also have to do with the fact that we had on-site coaching and that more than one staff personnel was required to come. And also in the in-service training, it had to be more than, there had to be at least 2 staff that came. We also found that teachers' self-confidence increased. And the coaches, the coaches who are also the same persons from the Habilitation Center, the supervisors of the Habilitation Center, now had this worked as coaches, they said that it was really important to see the child in the natural environment. They could see things they did not see at the Habilitation Center. They also, some of them also mentioned that there were new expectations for them because they had not previously worked with inclusive goals. And now when they came to the preschool, and the preschool also formulated goals that they thought were important. Many of them had goals that were more inclusive, and several of them wanted to have more peer mediation in practice. And so that was something that was brought up here, and some of the coaches felt unprepared. And then another issue that was brought up was the time perspective, that it takes time to come out to the preschool, traveling time. And they felt that that was difficult. And of course, yeah, so this rather interesting. Now, of course, we would use telehealth, but in video, kind of maybe video recordings, etc. But time was an issue. And then we published this article, which describes the interview study, from someone who may cause trouble to someone you can play with. And this is what one of the preschool principals said, that before we considered him somebody who could cause trouble, and now we see that he's playing with children. And this is, stakeholders' perspective on preschool program quality for autistic children. And these are some sightings from the interviews. So here the preschool principal mentions that now the paraprofessional involves other children when she works with a boy. This is a great benefit for all, not just for him. And the parents also mentioned that now when they visit friends, he seeks to communicate with their children. Only the paraprofessional before worked and communicated with him, but now others greet him and include him in their group. It's just wonderful to see him adjust. So this suggests that previously, maybe when his mother brought him to the preschool, or father, that possibly other educators didn't feel involved with him and maybe didn't welcome him in the morning. Maybe they just waited for the para-educator to come. And then the preschool teacher, one of the preschool teachers says that now she thinks she's more actually involved in a goal setting. You have to think, how should I divide this goal into steps so that it leads somewhere? You do not get a recipe, you have to think ahead. And I think this is also something, bringing up what you brought up, Hisham, is that the individualization. You cannot work from a recipe. And the habilitation coach says that within the early intervention programs they had before, the supervisor provides the exercises and judges what the child needs, you know, in discussion with the others, but it's mainly from the supervisor. And a strength she felt in this with this project was that the preschool staff became involved. They had to become more involved. And actually some of the preschool staff were not used to being involved. They were used to just letting the supervisor or coach take over everything, but now they had to think for themselves. And she brings this up that they became more engaged themselves when they had formulated goals, which was part of the project goal attainment. Okay, and then some other findings from this. Let me just move that there. Okay, we think it brings up the critical role of the learning environment. If we're going to implement evidence-based practices or practices that are going to work for the child and help the child develop so that the child's voice can be heard, and, you know, long-term investment, we need to have a good learning environment. And we also saw that the importance of naturalistic inclusive goals was highlighted here. And also, we also noted that the involvement of preschool administrators is extremely important, and also the involvement of staff other than the paraeducator. It's not enough with just one person that's involved. That was our finding from the interviews. Let's see here. And then kind of to summarize it, this is a little bit based in implementation science, that there needs to be more of an alignment within the system. We need to have engagement of the different stakeholders, and all of these things up here in the funnel need to be, you know, melted together in order to have an enabling context and develop effective staff performance, which will also hopefully improve child outcome, not just short term, but long term. And then I just want to, thank you. And yeah, that's it. I had another slide, but I took it out. Okay, so fine for asking questions.
So thank you so much, ma'am. We will take the questions since it is a panel discussion. So we will take a collective question later on. So now I would request our technical team of School of Education to kindly showcase Madam's Certificate of Appreciation.
Okay.
This is the Certificate of Appreciation presented to ma'am for her outstanding presentation on autism and autism spectrum disorder. We had a very nice session with her related to the scale development, and it was quite interesting and uncommon also. So thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, and would you like me to email you my PowerPoint, did you say?
Sure, ma'am, sure. Then our students will be highly benefited, and as well as the participants. Then we will be sharing with all of the participants who are present.
Okay. And when will the panel discussion be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you so much. Next, our next panel presenter is Dr. Shineth Cunanan Gonzalez. She is the president and founder of Colorado Language Program, Colorado International Online School, and Colorado Statewide Charter School. Now, I would just tell a few words about Cunanan Gonzalez, ma'am. She is a cultural advisor of the US Department of Defense Intelligence Unit also, a Harvard Law student. She has over 22 years of school leadership and teaching experience in Asia and North America. She earned her bachelor degree in St. Paul's College in Quezon City, master's degree in the University of Northern Colorado, and doctorate degree from Queens College, City University of New York. She is an international author and speaker. She was invited to present her book and academic paper in Canada, Colombia, France, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, Vietnam, and many states like New York, Florida, Georgia, and Nevada. She was featured in local and national newspapers and magazines in the United States of America for helping many immigrants and the community. She is the MS Colorado National Educator of America 21-22, a devoted wife, mother and daughter, a silly friend, a loved teacher, the best school leader. So over to Shineth Cunanan Gonzalez, ma'am. It will be actually a pre-recorded video which will be played by ma'am, though ma'am is present, but it is midnight in Colorado, USA. So ma'am, over to you with the video.
At Dallas University, fellow educators, renowned delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you. We are gathered here today for a purpose.
Sound হচ্ছে না। Ma'am, we cannot hear the sound, ma'am.
At Dallas University, fellow educators, renowned delegates, students, ladies and gentlemen, good day to all of you. We are gathered here today for a purpose, and that is to raise awareness about autism or autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and those who have it, as well as open the doors of education to those who need it most. The Centers of Disease Control and Prevention define ASD as a developmental disability caused by differences in the brain. People with ASD may have challenges when it comes to social communication and interaction, and restricted or repetitive behaviors or interests. People with ASD may also have different ways of learning, moving, or paying attention. Data shows that ASD affects 1 in 44 children in the US. As we celebrate World Autism Day every April 2nd, it is imperative that As educators, we have a deeper understanding of what autism is and how this disorder must be taken into consideration when we integrate it in our teaching. Oftentimes, we may have difficulty discussing different disabilities for a number of reasons. One reason that comes to mind is the very structure and content of our curriculum and how it may be lacking in methods to accommodate students with certain needs. In the 2021 Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders research by Yasmin Bulurian and Ainsley Losh, Narmin Hamsho, and A.B. Eisenhower and John Blasher show that general education teachers may not be actively employing inclusion strategies in their classrooms. On top of this, research collected reflects that autistic students have increased susceptibility to emotional and behavioral difficulties, such as anxiety, emotion dysregulation, inattention, and disruptive behaviors. Not to mention that in a survey study in 2009 by Tefts and Whitbread, which included 655 general education teachers in K-12 grades, participants indicated that the greatest challenges of teaching autistic students were behavioral difficulties, as well as inappropriate social behaviors. Despite the challenges posed in the research, participants were able to identify concrete practices to help the situation. These include encouraging active classroom participation, showcasing special talents and strengths, using visual aids, conducting partner or group activities, and developing classroom relationships. Another perspective was presented by Melissa Winchell, a Bridgewater State University assistant professor who is a parent to disabled children, a disabled community activist, and founder of local nonprofit Inclusion Matters. In an article she wrote for the Maryland Coalition for Inclusive Education Incorporated, or MCIE, Winchell explains that culturally responsive teaching tells us that students learn best when their experiences are represented in the classroom. In it, she presents 3 frameworks, namely, representing multiple disabled identities in our school and classrooms, teaching disabled identities as socially constructed, and working with students to dismantle ableism in and out of school. While Winchell's first framework is worth noting, explaining how representation is undoubtedly important, I'd like to zoom in on the 2 latter frameworks she mentioned. With the never-ending progress of education and society, it is important to note that many so-called identities are socially constructed. Oftentimes, those who have disabilities are portrayed in 2 ways, either as inspirations or victims. However, this route poses the wrong notion for our students. We must be the first line of defense in opening their minds that people with disabilities are real people and not just mere stories. They are nurses, teachers, community members, fellow students, and more. This point perfectly ties up with Winchell's last framework, battling ableism, or the discrimination in favor of able-bodied people. Winchell suggests a tangible practice we can employ in our own educational institutions and even our personal lives. She explains how an open line of communication with disabled people is important. She said, we talk with the disabled, not about them. Of course, as educators, We also have to recognize that a child's culture and environment may mean all the difference when they're diagnosing ASD. They're not simply students, but also children who come from diverse parts of the world. In an article by Sarah Bower, Jessica Weinbar, and Sandra Waxman, the three explain how different cultures around the globe may help or hinder a child's diagnosis. For example, one of the ASD symptoms is difficulty in making or maintaining eye contact. The research reads, in most European American families, children are encouraged to make eye contact with others, but this is not universal. In other cultures or communities, establishing direct eye contact is considered of disrespect, especially in children interacting with adults. Another behavior that is used to help diagnose autism pertains to how a child interacts and plays with an unfamiliar adult. However, universally speaking, children are told to take caution against unfamiliar adults who invite them to play. In the end, the researchers recommended that we adopt a more inclusive, more global lens, moving beyond European, American, cultural expectations of communication and behavior. As we celebrate World Autism Day, we are called upon to take a look at ourselves as individuals and educators. We need to stop and ask ourselves, how am I making my teaching environment truly inclusive? Where do I start? What else can I do more? For in such the simplest of questions is our hope for more inclusive education reflected. I would like to end my speech today with a word from Winchell. She writes, as a marginalized community, the disabled deserve our allyship in the classroom. This means we can lead our students to speak of disability and learn about it, but also to become disability activists themselves. Again, thank you everyone for your time. Thank you for your dedication and initiative. Let us continue to work together for the future of our children and our students.
Thank you so much. And it was really enriching discussion from your end. So from our end, I would like to express my heartiest thanks and congratulations to you, madam. At the same time, I would like to request the technical team of School of Education to kindly showcase the certificate of appreciation to Gonzalez ma'am. Ma'am, this is a token of the certificate of appreciation, and you are one of the collaborators as well as one of the co-organizers of this workshop. So definitely we appreciate your wholehearted support as well as your speech in the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Now the next panel discussion specialist is Professor Dr. Debdulal Dattaroy sir. So I would request the technical team to showcase the introduction of Dr. Debdulal Dattaroy, who is an associate professor of the Psychology Research Unit of the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. He is also the head of the department, as well as the founder of Ravindric Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust, in short, RPRIT, India. He has more than 28 years of teaching experiences. He has been publishing and reviewing numerous research papers in peer-reviewed journals and books, guiding PhD students for decades, offering several research internships in ISI as well as RPRIT, delivering invited lectures at various national and international platforms of repute, including Japan, China, Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Dubai, Malaysia, Bangkok, as well as Sri Lanka. He has conducted several research and counseling workshops, seminars, symposiums, etc., completed several projects and authored 3 books, the latest being the Bengali translation of School Psychology in the Indian context. He is the recipient of several prestigious awards. To name a few: Young Scientist Award of the Indian Science Congress Association, Innovative Scientist Award of the Indian Academy of Health Psychology, INSPA Ratna Award from the Indian School Psychology Association. Dr. Dr. Roy is the founder, president of the Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust. In short, it is known as RPRIT. He is the pioneer of Rabindrik psychotherapy postulates, and he is one of the most talented person who is actually experimenting a lot on psychology as well as different aspects of special studies, special education studies, disability studies, and dealing all in the interrelation of psychology. So I would request Professor Dr. Devdulal Dattoray sir to share his views on the theme which we have already stated, an experiential perspective in education for autism awareness. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
So I want to share the screen.
Yes, sir, you can share the screen, sir.
It is written that is host disabled.
Yes, I think, sir, you have logged in with a dual, I think laptop and desktop both might be in the next platform. So I think the noise is coming.
Sir, you have to say. Stop.
Please allow me.
Yes, sir. You have been allowed as co-host, and you can share your screen and your presentation. I will make you the co-host of your other device also. Sir, you are now the co-host of both the devices you have logged in.
Acha, please.
One device needs to be on mute, actually.
Madam, please you allow me from Aidin Chattopadhyay.
It is already, sir, given. Which ID?
Aidin Chattopadhyay is there. Please you allow Aidin Chattopadhyay.
Okay. Sure. So co-host has been made to Irene Chattopadhyay. You can now.
Hello. Hello, am I audible to all of you?
You are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, madam. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We can start your discussion session. Sir, over to you. Sir, we are not audible. Actually, we cannot hear you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, now you are audible, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected the director, Madam Professor Shauli Mukherjee, respected Professor Prarthita Vishwas, Head, Department of Education, Adams University, distinguished delegates coming from different parts of India as well as from abroad, and my dear students of the Adams University, I am highly privileged to share my ideas about the parent-mediated telephone-based Ravindric psychotherapy to autistic children. Now, I belong to Indian Statistical Institute. Indian Statistical Institute is the pioneering organization founded by Professor Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis, and he is called as the father of Indian statistics. Professor Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis was highly influenced by Rabindranath Tagore, the Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore. If you come to the Indian Statistical Institute, I will show you the skeleton of the dinosaur. Now I am going to say something about the Ravindric Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust. This is the higher educational institution with orientation in research and development. Regularly, we are organizing different webinars, and we have invited Professor Prarthita Vishwas, Madam. At that time, Madam was the Dean, and it was held in 26 July 2020. Possibly this is our first Sunday webinar of this institute. Now I am directly going to the research design. Here I like to share that is both Indian Statistical Institute and RPRIT, both are the higher educational institute, both are concerned with the research and development. Therefore, my presentation will be more oriented to the research design. So here you will find the mediated model. So three things are there. One is Ravindric psychotherapy, telecounseling to parents, and autistic well-being. So when we are dealing with these three factors, then we can think of the autistic well-being. So this is the model, Ravindric psychotherapy as the independent variable, autistic well-being as the dependent variable, and telecounseling to the parents, that is basically the mediated variable. Now I am going to say something about the telephone counseling. So this is the model of the telephone counseling I am giving you. And the most important part in case of the telephone counseling, possibly you have heard that on 2nd February, our finance minister proposed good amount of grant for the telecounseling. And recently CBSE also started telecounseling. And telecounseling has been given special importance during this COVID-19 pandemic. So I personally, during the pandemic situation, provided telephone counseling, and I have observed these things. So I like to share. Personal and social skills, very important, particularly your tone of voice, speech, and speed of talking. Counselor accent and words used will quickly convey an impression on the client. Overhearing others on the phone with a child, business, close friend, expression of the emotion, etc. A warm, friendly manner is essential in order to offer a welcome. Counselor's feelings, specifically the tiredness, stress, pressure, these are the very important issue. These are the stages of telecounseling. Telephone counseling can be divided into 4 characteristics. These are intake, triage, and assessment, relaying information, and follow-up. Intake is typically the first interaction between the client and the counselor during telephone counseling. Triage and assessment, following the collection of general information from the client, the therapist should assess the client's level of knowledge and concern to ascertain the presenting problems and the level of risk. In this connection, I like to share, that is, I have developed the psychoinformatics model, and I have developed some of the coding process of the mental status examination as well as the case history. And based upon that case history as well as the mental status examination, I can identify the degree of severity. Therefore, when we will be able to classify the degree of severity, it becomes very easy for the counselor to provide the specific mode of counseling. Third one is the relaying information. The therapist must ensure that information is given at a reasonable pace through the use of clear, simple terms that avoids jargon. Most of the time, you will find that is we psychologists are using different constructs, and these are called the jargon, but the common people, they cannot understand. Therefore, we have to change our own language so that the client can easily understand. Next is the follow-up. Now I am coming to directly the Rabindra Sangeet. Why Rabindra Sangeet acts on the autistic child? Because we have to consider the neuroplasticity model. Another one, that is the brain lateralization system. When we are applying Rabindra Sangeet acts on our right brain function as well as the left brain function. So when we will apply Rabindra Sangeet, this Rabindra Sangeet will be applied in the form of dance, particularly for the autistic children who are very much hyperactive. And the neuroplasticity model, this is very powerful approach, and Rabindra's psychotherapy follows the neuroplasticity model. So here you will find that is the by using the Rabindra Sangeet, the old pathways get weak and weaken. Okay. So I think you have very clear idea about the neural network model, where we will find that is there are some of the neurotransmitters, they are passing through the synapse or synaptic cleft from one neuron to another neuron. And these, the movement of the neurotransmitters, that can be checked by Rabindra Sangeet. So now I am coming to Ravindric psychotherapy. Ravindric psychotherapy is evidence-based psychotherapy for treatment of mental disorders. This therapy is based on the therapeutic postulates extracted from Rabindra Sangeet. It includes 16 therapeutic postulates. Among them, the dominant postulates are consciousness is unbounded, flows are free to move. That means when we will deal with the autistic children, we will not control the behavioral pattern, the movement pattern of the child directly, because we will give maximum freedom. Whatever they want to do, they can do. Then how do you control? You can control, that is, you have to follow his or her movement, and you can slowly customize the movement as per your goal. The second assumption, disequilibrium occurs when flows across 3 layers of consciousness are restricted. So when the information coming from Murto layer, it is going to the Rag layer. So this is the Murto layer. This is called the Murto layer. And the information coming from Murto layer is going to the Rag layer, and Rag layer to the Saraswat layer. So these are the 3 layers. Usually in case of the autistic children, we find the major problem in the Murto layer. Therefore, we find that is they have the problem of the missing information and anomalies of the information. And when the boy or the girl finds some interest in the object, then this object goes to the Rag layer. For example, you have given one ball to the autistic child, and the child plays with the ball, and suddenly the child finds some interest. So automatically this ball image, it moves from Murto to Rag layer. So like that, it can move to the Saraswat layer. So when this ball moves to the Saraswat layer, you will find the repetitive behavior of the autistic children. So where lies the problem? Problem lies in the barrier. So if there is any barrier between the Murto and Rag layer, then the flow, it cannot come to the Rag layer, and the child will be hyperactive and child will be restless. So flow changes perceptual characteristics of the object. So when the ball is at the Murto layer, so perception of the ball, that is basically the morphological characteristics of the ball. But when the ball image, it goes to the Rag layer, then these morphological characteristics are not prevalent. Then this ball develops some other semantics. Gradually, this ball provides different type of semantics in case of the Saraswat layer. So what is important, that is, as an educationist or as the psychotherapist, our function is to find out the locus of consciousness. So flow changes perceptual characteristics of the object. Ravindric psychotherapy is self-assisted eclectic therapy. So this follows basically the holistic approach. And the interesting point is it is self-assisted. So for that reason, every time presence of therapists is not important. And therapeutic tools are Rabindra Sangeet chart, Rabindric value profile similarity, flow analysis, Rabindra Sangeet, Rabindric dance, Rabindric drama, painting, sculpturing. So all these issues are very vital in case of the Rabindric psychotherapy. Now here is one study. Here is one study, and you will find that is the child having the less IQ. You will find that is very few at the inner core layer. Inner core layer means Saraswat layer. Okay, it is maximum in case of the Murto layer. So that is the outer layer. Okay. Rabindric psychotherapy is useful for the autism management in this way: sound exchange. So when the boy says, ah, as a therapist, your function is to, ah. So in this manner, if again, ah, then again your function, ah, like that. So the sound exchange that should be there. So sound exchange and touching. Then what will happen? The child will touch you, and the child will try to follow your movement of the mouth and other things. Okay. The second point is administer multiple instruments. Rabindric psychotherapy always encourages music therapeutic approach, because here we are following the equilibrium between the disequilibrium state of the right and left hemisphere. Therefore, what is important? You have to administer multiple instruments. Okay. And suddenly you will find that is the child likes specific type of instrument. Okay. And you allow the child to play the instrument. So the child plays the instrument, and as a therapist, your function is to play that type of sound, so that the child can find out the synchronization between the two music. Okay. Another thing is the hide and seek by music or sound. So here the baby is the child is trying to find out from where the music comes. So these are some of the techniques you can apply. Here is one case study that I have done. It is a 7-year-old girl diagnosed as autistic following CART score by the NIMHANS Bangalore. She had complaints about hyperactivity and deficit in emotional reciprocity and in communication. And my student, she has trained the child and also the parents about the dance. This is the dance, Phule Phule Dhole Dhole, composed by Rabindranath Tagore. And finally, we have observed good emotional reciprocity in dance form. And keep in mind, this is not the movement therapy. This is a dance therapy. And this dance therapy is the Rabindric dance. Much parental engagement. Again, I find much parental engagement. And parents focus much on the positive strength rather than the negative one. So what is the failure of the child? Okay, that is not the issue, but what the child can do, that is the important in case of this particular study. This is my observation. So teacher's function is to understand the location of consciousness, loci or centroid, its coverage and facilitates flow effectively. So when you find that the autistic child has some difficulty, maybe the hyperactive, okay, and may not pay much attention to your object, to the given object, etc. Then you try to think about the loci of consciousness, where the child's consciousness actually locates. You have to find out that one. So this is the approach that we follow in case of the Ravindric psychotherapy. So here I am teaching the parents. Okay. And you have noted that is the curve moves from upward, again goes down, again goes up, again goes down. Why? Because the mood of the parents are very much depressed. Therefore, the parents cannot accept, okay, the Rabindra Sangit. But here you will find there is another approach. It is written, Jodi tor dak shune keu na ashe tabe ekla chalo re. What does it mean? If there is no one, okay, for your call, then you move alone. And here you will find the curve. So this is the curve following Rabindra Sangit. So it moves upward, but here the movement downward again. So what is important? We are trying to assess the distance from x-axis to this y-axis, like that. Okay. And following this distance, and again the following this particular Rabindra Sangit, we can find out the typical personality pattern or typical trait pattern on the individual. So this is very important in case of the Ravindric psychotherapy. So parent mediation is very important. I have already discussed for DSM criteria, that is also discussed. Okay. So this is all about the tools, and there are many other tools which usually we follow in case of the Ravindric psychotherapy, particularly for the autistic children, and it includes that is the behavior anchor rating scale. Behavior anchor rating scale, we often follow the behavior anchor rating scale, and we train the parents, that is how to rate the different behavior pattern. And we are also giving training to the teachers of the child, and then we try to find out the correlation between the evaluation of the parents as well as the evaluation of the teachers. And we try to find out, that is, to what extent the correlation is there, and then what are the possible reasons behind the low correlation coefficient. So we are applying different type of statistical model specifically in autism management. So now I am thankful to all of you for giving me opportunity. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir, for this very interesting panel discussion talk, which you have already deliberated to all of us. It was really a nice and wonderful experience to hear about this discussion on telecounseling therapy for the autism spectrum disorder children. So it is quite interesting, as well as a very nice deliberation from your end. Now I will request the technical team of School of Education to showcase the certificate of appreciation of Professor Dr. Devdulal Dattaroy sir. Sir, it is a certificate of appreciation given to you, and it will be sent later via mail also for your great deliberation.
Thank you, madam. And thank you, the director. Thank you, the Department of Education. Thank you, all the distinguished delegates and the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I would move to the next panel discussion speaker, who will be Dr. Wayne Buller. He is the Vice President of Colorado Global Schools of the United States of America. And he will be having a live video because it is midnight over there. So his video will be live streamed by Gonzalez ma'am. So ma'am, I would request you to please play that video, which you have informed through Dr. Buller. So over to Gonzalez ma'am.
Good morning. We are recognizing on April 2nd, the National Day to acknowledge those that have autism. Good morning to all of you friends and colleagues at Adamas University and other members of the educational community. I'm Dr. Wayne Buller and hope all of you are having a great day or evening. We're here in Greeley, Colorado at the Colorado Language Program and Global School. Every year on April 2nd, we celebrate World Autism Day. And initiated by the United Nations, this day is a day when we raise awareness of what autism is, as well as take this opportunity to improve our teaching strategies to walk in a path towards inclusion in education. In addition, it invites unity among global autism organizations for the development of research. It invites unity here and of course diagnosis for the professionals, the psychiatrists and other workers within those that are suffering or have behavioral disabilities of autism or Asperger's, which is associated with that according to many professionals since 1994. The ASD spectrum disorder is a large category of characteristics that some have, and some students and some diagnosed before 2 years old and some before 3 years old. Asperger's behavior disability is characterized by not being able to fit in social situations. The student wants to be alone and tunes others out, cannot get along easily with others. You know the definitions of this, of course, and it has signs of being repetitive in their lives and poor eye contact and lack of communication skills, as well as Asperger, that some believe that is in association with that. These students have anxiety, no clues of the social situations and the speech patterns in younger ages. Now we know that adults suffer from autism also with Asperger's. The great resistance of change and people that have no empathy towards others. In contrast, counselors myself have the advocacy on our plates, where we advocate for all students, those with autism, and we definitely lend towards professional psychiatrists and workers that work with autism and researchers that do this. We have, as counselors and teachers, a caring aspect to our profession, and apathy, of course. It is without a doubt that inclusion in education must be embedded in our educational system, wherever we're at. As we focus on World Autism Day, this means providing support for people with ASD through visual teaching tools. Even intense speech and social skills training will help in this internet age, where we can get greater understanding as educators. There's available modules, tools, kits, and professional development areas where people can get more informed on these issues. So it is really great that we have the possibility to learn more and be more sensitive to the students that are suffering from this area. I have a little statement here that I would like to read that I wrote up today for all of us to be able to understand more. The modern psychiatry have done studies on the behavioral characteristics and diagnosis on autism, some associated with Asperger's characteristics in some children and adults. Research has narrowed down several characteristics in these areas which you have heard. And we would like, as teachers and educators, to help the professionals any way we can to understand further these behavioral characteristics. And I believe through our faith and our prayers that we can pray for the individual helping the autistic, the families, and those parents and professors and individual people that really are dealing with the autistic children and adults on a daily basis. So thank you for your part in greater understanding this autistic situation, the educational realm, that we are inclusive. We include all people in our educational teaching and aspects and in counseling. God bless you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful deliberation. Now I would request the technical team of School of Education, Adams University, to showcase the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Wayne Buller, Vice President, Colorado Global Schools, USA. Thank you so much, technical team, School of Education. So now next, I will request the technical team again to show the name card of Dr. Juan Gomez, Director, Colorado Global Schools, USA. He again will be on a recorded session with Gonzalez ma'am, and she will be playing the video and a part of the panel discussion, which he is here with us. So over to you, ma'am, for the video. Ma'am, I think you are on mute. We cannot hear you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Juan Gomez. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. This is a special month where we all unite together and raise awareness about autism. Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, can be a challenge when it comes to social communication and interactions. It is very important that we as educators have some understanding about autism, because in order to make a difference in someone's life, we need to change the way of thinking. According to the American Psychiatric Association, ASD can be noticed before a child reaches 1 year of age. In some cases, it may not apparent until a child starts school. You as an educator, you're available, and most often you are not being appreciated. Whatever you're doing to students with ASD is creating the future for our country. ASD is presented in different challenges in the classroom setting. It affects the way a child thinks, feels, and behaves. There has long been an alarming achievement gap between high-performing students and students with disadvantages, such as learning disabilities and socioeconomic barriers to equality, equal education. In the No Child Left Behind Act, NCLB of 2002, the U.S. Department of Education mandates schools to make progress toward closing this achievement gap and to stay accountable for student improvement or lack thereof. Regarding NCLB's development, former President George W. Bush stated, "These reforms express my deep belief in our public schools and their mission to build the mind and character of every child from every background in every part of America. Therefore, we need to be an advocate for special education students and NCLB. As an educator, you are responsible for educating young people and preparing them to be successful adults and be productive members of society. Every student has a different style of learning, and be able to understand how he or she learns. You need to build trust with them and their families. Educators are the main source because it gives you the opportunity to learn new ways to teach them academic and social skills that will last them lifetime. I like to end by reminding you that whatever you're doing, you are making a difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Juan, we feel that as director of Colorado Group Schools USA, this is one of the experiences which you have shared with all of us. Now I will request the technical team of SOE to kindly present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Juan. Thank you once again. And definitely it was a very interesting and nice session with a lot of panel discussion specialists. Now finally, I would request Jacqueline Soel, ma'am, who is one of the directors of Colorado Global Schools USA, and she will be actually giving a recorded speech on autism spectrum disorder. It is actually an experiential perspective in education for autism awareness. So everyone is speaking on that theme and on that lines. So over to you, Mrs. Jacqueline Soel. Ma'am, you are on mute, I think. The sound is not coming. Ma'am, we cannot hear the sound.
Hello, everyone. I would like to first thank Dr. Partita.
Can you increase the sound a bit louder?
We appreciate your trust and confidence in us. And thank you also, of course, to Dr. Shauli Mukherjee and the rest of your team for giving us this opportunity. It's an honor to collaborate with Adamas University in a setting like this. As we know that the school, its educators, and the staff are very passionate on what they do and offer. I'd like to also acknowledge other speakers present and everyone with us here. My name is Jacqueline Sewell, the director of Colorado Global School at Colorado USA. I'm a mom of 4, and I am also an educator in a Greeley School District for 4 years. In September of last year, 2021, my best friend who lives in Virginia, USA, she called that one early morning and was so upset. It took a few minutes before I could calm her down to tell me what happened. Um, so I come to find out that her only son was diagnosed of autism at the age of 3. She was so worried of so many things, which was totally understandable. As her very close friend and as a parent as well, I totally understand her concerns. All I could do at the time was to give her that the assurance that everything will be all right. I told her of some government programs I know that her family would benefit from. She had fears, and I could tell that she got full of worries. She was worried that his child or her child will be different. As an educator, I know too of some challenges in each community, schools, in the homes. So, what is really needed? What needs betterment? What needs to be done in order for people, especially our kids with autism, so their lives will be better? So, of course, acceptance. Parents, other family members, teachers, the classmates, friends, neighbors must accept that some people are different. Some are diagnosed with autism, and that's how they're born. Um, Up to this day, to be honest, that I am speaking to all of you, my friend has difficulty accepting that her child is different and has autism, but soon I know she will. Of course, awareness. Let us all understand by heart what autism is and how to deal with people and our students who are diagnosed with this disability. Let us make that initiative to learn how to help them and understand them more. And recognition. When we accept and we become aware, we recognize them by feeling recognized for who and what they are. We're making them valuable members of our society. They're not feeling left out. So we at Colorado Global Schools is comprised of international staff, educators, and students of diverse culture and personalities. So, and we believe that Adamas University obviously upholds support of the same, and of course, students with autism. And Colorado Global Schools is proud to say that we welcome future collaboration that supports this cause. Congratulations again, and thank you, Adamas University, for this event. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for listening.
Thank you to Soel Madam for her thoughts and ideas on the perspective in education for autism awareness. Now, I will again request technical team SOE to kindly showcase the certificate of appreciation for Joel Madam. So the certificate of appreciation is given to Mrs. Jacqueline Soel, who is the director of Colorado Group of Schools, USA. It is a token of appreciation and gratitude to you. Thank you once again. So now we had a very enriching and interesting panel discussion, and it would have ended at 1:30 p.m. But since this panel discussion was so very much interesting, as well as so very much involving, it involved a lot of aspects, and autism spectrum disorder is something which involves a lot of aspects, a wider aspect as well. That is why we had this discussion extended. So now we will disperse for lunch, and we will have a short lunch break of 30 minutes. We will be coming back by 2:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we will be coming within half an hour time, And we have two very interesting sessions after lunch. There will be a hands-on workshop on inclusive education, engaging the disengaged, and that hands-on workshop will be presented by Mrs. Victoria Joel, who is the principal of Circle of Hope Private Academy in Short Koha, Namibia. She is also one of our co-organizer, and also we are doing in association with Colorado Group of Schools as well as with Circle of Hope Academy in Short Koha. So Victoria ma'am, who is the principal of that school, will be actually giving a hands-on workshop on inclusive education and with specialization to autism spectrum disorder, engaging the disengaged. Right after that, we are having a very interesting students interactive session involving the students of Jadavpur University, National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities, Regional Center, Kolkata, and School of Education, Adamas University. So there will be an interesting session in the second half also. So we are expecting you and your participation within 30 minutes so that we can have a quick lunch and come back. Thank you all for your time. And with this, we end the panel discussion session.